Speak quickly. Beware.
В интервью.
Mukhtar. For the Horde.
Glory to the Horde. Dabu.
And hope and pray that you have more DKP than everyone else. If you managed to get both bindings, you went to the high-level Silithus zone and talked to an NPC named the High Lord Demetrian. He asks you to examine a vessel of rebirth, which would later be used to summon the elemental lord, Prince Thunderon, once more. If you brought the right materials, that is. To do this, you needed 4 things: the left binding, the right binding, the essence of the Fire Lord, which is dropped by Ragnaros, the final boss of the Molten Core, and 10 legendary enchanted Elementium bars. So, we have the bindings covered pretty thoroughly. As for the essence of the Fire Lord though, this was quite hard to obtain, as you would imagine. Ragnaros, being the final boss, was appropriately the hardest out of any of the encounters in the raid, and your guild needed to be on top of their game to take him down. You couldn't skip right to him either. You had to kill all 9 other bosses and extinguish the ruins near them before you unlocked the NPC that summoned Ragnaros. Luckily though, the essence was a 100% drop rate, so there was no luck involved there, just skill. Remember earlier when I said that one of the 3 things you needed was a lot of gold? Well, that's where these enchanted Elementium bars came into play. To make these, you needed 3 Elementium flux, which you could buy from vendors at 3 gold each, so 30 total, which was 90 raw gold. That was nothing to sneeze at back then. But we're just getting started. You also needed the rare fiery core reagent, so 10 total for 10 bars. These dropped from the Molten Core, and if your guild was nice, they'd usually supply you with this. Otherwise, you'd have to buy them off of the auction house. You also needed 10 Arcanite bars for each enchanted bar, so 100 total. These were a high-end crafting reagent used in many endgame weapons and armor. They needed 1 thorium bar, which miners made, and another item called Arcanite crystals, which you rarely got from thorium veins. And, to top it all off, only an alchemist could transmute the bars once a day, and they would also charge a fee for that too. And once again, you needed 100 of these. The last item you needed was something called an Elementium ingot. These were rare drops from the next raid, the Blackwing Lair, which was even harder than the Molten Core. You needed 1 for each bar, so 10 total. Once again, very expensive and hard to get. For most players, they would basically have to rely on their guild for supplying most of these materials because it was just too expensive for one person to handle. And if that wasn't enough, even smelting these bars was a challenge by itself. To learn the recipe, you had to find a special NPC in the Blackwing Lair raid named the Master Elemental Shaper Crixix, who was behind 4 bosses in the raid. You had to have one of your priests mind control him, and if you talked to him, he would teach you how to smelt these enchanted Elementium bars. So, after a lot of work, you had your bindings, your essence, and your bars. Returning these to Demetrian allowed you to summon the fallen prince himself, Thunderon. So, you of course would want your entire guild present, unless you were into getting one-shotted by elemental lords. You would battle the Windseeker, and if you were successful, he would leave behind his weapon, the orange dormant wind-kissed blade. Using it would start a quest called Rise Thunder Fury, where you would force Demetrian to use the materials you provided to infuse the weapon with power, turning it to Thunder Fury, the blessed blade of the Windseeker. It had a high DPS with a very fast 1.9 speed, agility, stamina, some resistances, and a nice proc that deals damage and slows attack speed of targets hit. As I said, it was preferable to give this to rogues for damage and warrior tanks for better tanking. Honestly, probably warrior tanks were the best because it was the perfect tanking weapon throughout all of vanilla, and tanks even used it for a while in the next expansion, the Burning Crusade. Although as a vanilla rogue, I didn't want to admit that back then. So, that's the story of Thunder Fury. It's a little more epic than getting a legendary from Blingtron, isn't it? Like I said, one of the most iconic weapons in the game. You'll see it linked in trade chat all the time, you get a feat of strength if you obtain it, and it had its own card in the
Now.
TCG and was re-released as an artifact model for Outlaw Rogues in the Legion expansion. Maybe this is Blizzard saying that it was a rogue weapon after all. And it was also part of the Shaman Order Hall questline, where you get Prince Thundron as a follower. You pick up the blade from the corpse of a nameless adventurer. You could even find it outside of the game in Diablo 3, Blizzard's action RPG game. Certainly one of the coolest weapons in the game, even to this date in my opinion. Certainly worthy of an episode in the Azeroth Arsenal. So, that's about it for this one. Let me know if you think I should continue this series. I think it has a lot of potential. There are lots of cool weapons and even armor in the game that have interesting stories behind them, just like Thunder Fury. If you have any in particular that you want to see next, throw some suggestions my way. I'm making a big list right now, so I'll be writing down any requests if you guys have any. Anyways, I hope you found this video helpful. Like it if you liked it, and thanks for watching. Peace.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video. See you again soon. Today's video. See you again.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another episode of the Azeroth Arsenal. This is a series that goes over the history of some of the more iconic weapons of World of Warcraft, both in-game and out-of-game. For this one, I wanted to go over the old Hunter vanilla weapons that had epic quest chains tied behind them, and that's the bow Raktalar and the staff Loktalar, and also a bonus quiver. I was going to save these for my Time Warp series since you can no longer obtain them, but I thought that they'd fit this series better. These were rewarded after completing a very unique set of quests. They've all been removed since the Cataclysm expansion, along with tons of other stuff, so I thought it would be interesting to cover them in their entirety. As we know, everything is a hunter weapon, but these were actually hunter weapons. They're very iconic in the game's history. And, just like the previous episode with Thunder Fury, they even got their own special cards in the official trading card game. How? Well, let me tell you all about it. Let's start with the lore and history of the weapons. It all starts in the demon-infested forest, Felwood. Long ago, this was a normal serene forest, much like its neighboring zone, Ashenvale. But during the Third War, it was corrupted and twisted by the Dreadlord, Tychondrius, and turned into what it is today. He used a familiar artifact, the Skull of Gul'dan, to desecrate the once beautiful forest. It corrupted the trees, wildlife, and lakes, and turned the zone into a putrid green color. Another casualty were the mighty Ancients of Felwood. These are the giant tree ants that you rarely see in the game. As mighty as they were, they too fell victim to Tychondrius' corruption and became petrified. The Third War eventually ended with the Legion's defeat, but many of these Ancients were lost forever. However, they did leave behind a special item, the Ancient Petrified Leaf. This was a quest starter, usable by hunters only, and it was the beginning of an epic set of trials to obtain these powerful weapons. Prior to the release of the Blackwing Lair Raid, these were the hunter weapons to have. Not only were they powerful, but they were also sort of a status symbol for a while. You didn't just have to kill a raid boss, but you also had to go through those trials and tests of skill that could only be completed solo. Although, as you'll see, there were some tricks that you could do to cheese it. Not even getting into the trials yet, just getting this leaf was pretty tough for a while. It dropped from the chest that spawns after the Major Domo Executus fight in the Molten Core raid. He was the second to last boss in the raid, so during that tier, killing him was no easy feat. It of course wasn't guaranteed to drop, and as you would imagine, only one hunter in the raid would be the lucky recipient. And using it would start a quest to find the owner of the leaf. That was it. No other information was given. Imagine not using Wowhead or Thoughtbot at the time and scouring this giant world for the owner of this leaf. There were no question mark icons on the map back then, so that itself would have been a monumental challenge had it not been for these handy database websites or word of mouth from other hunters who already found the owner. Well, the owner turned out to be the spirits of some of those petrified ancients in the Fellwood zone I mentioned earlier, only visible to hunters who hold the leaf. They seek revenge against the Burning Legion, specifically 4 agents hiding in 4 corners of the world. And if you would be their instrument of their wrath, you would be rewarded with these weapons that, quote, the likes of which have not been seen for 10,000 years. Well, who could say no to that? So, returning the leaf to them opened up 3 quests: the Stave of the Ancients, a proper string, and the ancient sinew-wrapped lamina. So, going over them one by one, saving the demon portions for last, the latter quest required you to bring back a mature blue dragon sinew, and as a reward, you got an epic 18-slot quiver that gave you a 15% ranged attack speed bonus. Remember, this was back when hunters used ammo for their weapons. Since this created some inventory problems, they also had quivers, typically of a larger capacity, so that their bags weren't full all the time. These quivers and ammo pouches also gave attack speed bonuses, sort of like an unequipped piece of gear, which was pretty interesting. So, where did you get this sinew? It dropped from Azurgos at a 100% rate. He was an old world boss, now also removed from the game. You could instead farm appropriate level blue dragonkin enemies, and they would drop it as well, of course at a much lower rate. And if you didn't want to farm at all, you could just buy it off of the auction house since it wasn't bound on pickup. Quite expensive though. The next quest, a proper string, required you to bring back an item called the mature black dragon sinew. This dropped off of the raid boss Onyxia at around a 30-ish% drop rate, which wasn't too bad. At this point, if you already got the leaf from Major Domo, your guild had Onyxia on farm. Plus, a nice bonus was that you could even get the sinew even if you didn't have the quest, so a lot of the time, you were ready to complete this quest as soon as you accepted it. And in similar fashion to the blue sinew, alternatively, you could get this from appropriate level black drakes. Once again though, much more rare. Anyways, this quest awarded the enchanted black dragon sinew, which was a component needed to complete the bow and staff. This leads us to the most in-depth quest out of the 3, the Stave of the Ancients, which gave you the ancient rune-etched stave, which when combined with the enchanted sinew, gave you the actual weapon. To complete this part, you needed to track down 4 demons and kill them: Simone the Seductress in the Ungoro Crater, Clinfran the Crazed in the Burning Steppes, Solinar the Slayer in Silithus, and Artorius the Doombringer in Winterspring. And you had to do it all solo. No help from any other player was allowed. If someone jumped in, the demon would call you a coward and despawn before your very eyes. Not even your pet was allowed, so oh well to all of those beast mastery hunters, I guess. So, items like target dummies and pet summoning trinkets were all a no-no, and you always had
Infidels. They must be purified.
You shall pay for this treachery. Arise, my champion.
At your side, milady.
at the risk of another unknowing adventurer ruining everything because they were just trying to help. They were all disguised
You are not prepared.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another episode in the Azeroth Arsenal. This is a series where I go over the story behind some of the more iconic weapons in the game's history, both in-game and out-of-game, and in this episode we'll be covering the legendary Warglaives of Azeroth from the Burning Crusade expansion. These were the first legendaries in the expansion, not counting the Kil'Thas ones, and they were unique in the sense that they're part of an actual set, and is believed by many to have the most impressive looking models in the entire game. But before we get into how to actually get the weapons, as usual, let's talk about their history and that of their wielders. The original wielder was not Illidan Stormrage like you may have guessed, but rather a demon by the name of, well, Azeroth. The story behind him is that he was a powerful lieutenant in the War of the Ancients. This was the Burning Legion's first invasion upon Azeroth, which Illidan, along many others, was a belligerent of. We don't really know too much about Azeroth's confrontation with Illidan, other than the fact that he was slain by him, and that Illidan absorbed his power because in the Gul'dan fight in Nighthold Mythic mode, some adds called soul fragments of Azeroth will spawn, and here you can see what he actually looked like. Oddly enough though, his official art depicts him as a Terror Guard rather than a Doom Guard, so there's a little discrepancy there. So, it was Azeroth who was the original wielder, not Illidan. They are of course part of a set, two one-handers classified as swords, and in the lore, you're supposed to be able to combine them into one weapon, sort of like a giant shuriken. Although, as far as I know, we've never actually seen that happen in-game. So, Azeroth was slain, and his glaives were taken by Illidan Stormrage, so let's talk about him for a bit, since I think to fully appreciate the epicness of these weapons, it's important to know about their wielder. Now, this character, as many of you know I'm sure, has just a huge amount of lore and story tied behind him. For the sake of keeping this video more about the glaives rather than Illidan, I'll give you a very, very abridged telling of his story. So, Illidan, as we know him in-game, is the final boss of the Black Temple raid, one of the big bads of the Burning Crusade expansion, Lord of the Outland, and Master Detector of Duplicity. He's the first demon hunter and brother of Malfurion Stormrage. He originally was a sorcerer, and in Legion, you learn some of the backstory with him, and how his hatred of the Burning Legion and his thirst for power sort of blinded him and turned him into a ruthless killing machine. Not necessarily a bad guy, but not a good guy either. An anti-hero is the way that I would describe him. So, he fought alongside his brother Malfurion and other allies during the War of the Ancients. He eventually defected to the Burning Legion in an attempt to destroy them from within. It was because of this he gained the title the Betrayer, and he was imprisoned below Mount Hyjal, where he was watched over by Maiev Shadowsong for 10,000 years. Azeroth eventually prevailed in the War of the Ancients, and after those 10,000 years in prison, he was freed by his friend Tyrande Whisperwind to aid Azeroth in the Third War, which was the Legion's second invasion upon Azeroth. He came to battle the Dreadlord Tichondrius, and in doing so, he absorbed the fell energies held within the powerful Skull of Gul'dan artifact. He gained great powers and defeated the Dreadlord, but at a great cost. He turned into a demon, and his appearance changed to the form that we all recognize today. He sacrificed everything to protect his home, his allies, but was banished by his brother Malfurion for once again taking it too far. He eventually fled to the Outland, where he overthrew its ruler, Megtheridon, and he allied with the former Prince of Quel'Thalas, Kael'thas Sunstrider, and started amassing forces to destroy the Burning Legion once and for all. So, as I said, in-game we see him as the final boss of the Black Temple raid in the Burning Crusade expansion. But, to get to him, you have to go through several extremely challenging fights, and to even zone into the Black Temple, you initially had to go through an extremely challenging attuning process requiring other raids. It wasn't the final raid of the Burning Crusade, that was the Sunwell, but it certainly was one of the hardest. Illidan sits atop the temple, peering into the Skull of Gul'dan, the artifact that made him into what he is today. And with the demon-slaying warglaives in hand, he battled it out with 25 adventurers in a 4-phase fight. In the middle of it, he takes to the sky and throws his glaives to the ground, summoning some flame elementals of Azeroth. But eventually, with the help of his former jailer, Maiev, you take him down. And if you're very lucky, you'll drop either the left or right warglaive of Azeroth. So, you have the main hand and the offhand. The set bonus has a chance to give you some haste for 10 seconds on attacks, and appropriately, a passive to increase attack power when fighting demons. As for the models, they're quite stunning even to this day. Definitely one of the more flashy weapons in the game at the time. Huge models and a bright green fell glow. During vanilla, there were a few NPCs in the game that used glaives. The set bonus has a chance to give you some haste for 10 seconds on attacks, and appropriately, a passive to increase attack power when fighting demons. As for the models, they're quite stunning even to this day. Definitely one of the more flashy weapons in the game at the time. Huge models and a bright green fell glow. During vanilla, there were a few NPCs in the game that used glaives. You could find them in the Diremal instance, and everyone always wanted them. I think just the idea of having a double-bladed weapon was just so cool, and the warglaives of Azeroth just took that to the extreme. In fact, someone wanted them so badly that he offered to buy another player's account which had the glaives for nearly 7,000 euro, which was around 10,000 US dollars at the time. The trade was made, and shortly after, the account was banned for account sharing. Now those are some expensive pixels. And just like many others in this series, it had its own card in the official trading card game. 3 of them actually, the left, right, and the set. A legendary appearance to match its legendary rarity dropped from a legendary character in a legendary expansion. So that's about it for this one. That's the story of the warglaives of Azeroth and that of their wielders. This is where I normally would end it, but for the next video in this series, I'm looking for some advice. Some of you may have noticed that I jumped straight into the Burning Crusade, but I still have some more vanilla weapons to cover, namely the Atish and the Corrupted Ashbringer. The reason I skipped these is because I did actually cover them before. So, my question for you is, for the sake of completeness, do you guys want to see me cover these items again in the Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another episode of the Azeroth Arsenal. This is a series where I talk about all of the interesting weapons and armor in the game. As per a suggestion, in this video I want to go over not a single item like normal, but rather a bunch of miscellaneous weapons from vanilla. Weapons that are interesting, but not really worth a dedicated video. There are of course a huge variety, and in this video we'll go over 4, but I do still have many more for future videos. The first one I wanted to talk about is actually a set. As a vanilla rogue, I gotta talk about the Dalaran sword set. Before raiding, this was pretty much the sword set to have as a combat rogue, and I think it was also sought after by Fury warriors. I believe hunters also wanted it for the stats, although I imagine that there would be some pretty angry rogues if they were in the group. They were pretty unique because they were a weapon set, which was weird. Armor sets were common, but weapons? You didn't see that too often. We do have some lore and references tied behind them. Dalrend is the full name of Rend Blackhand, who's the son of the former war chief of the Horde, Blackhand the Destroyer. He's been hanging out in the Blackrock Mountain along with his clan, hoping to overthrow Thrall for the title of war chief one day, based on his lineage. Sort of a Game of Thrones mindset, but without the incest, as far as I know anyways. So he allied himself with Nefarian and the Dark Horde, which was what the inhabitants of the Blackrock Spire called themselves, and has been biding his time and waiting for a moment to strike. The Upper Blackrock Spire was one of the first raids in vanilla, only 15 man, but still a raid, and it was filled with some tough fights. Rend Blackhand himself takes on the adventurers in a gauntlet type of fight, where you're assaulted by waves of chromatic dragonkin. If you survive the initial onslaught, you fight Rend and his giant drake named Gith. At the time, there was a rumor going around that he would drop his mount, but that only came true a few expansions later with the Experiment 12B mount from Dragon Soul, which is a reference to Gith. And the other parts of the names, the Sacred Charge and Tribal Guardian, is a reference to Blizzard's action RPG, Diablo 2, with the sword set, Bolcathos' Sacred Charge, and Tribal Guardian. Anyways, back to the weapons. The main hand had a slow 2.8 speed, which is what you wanted in your main hand back then for big hits. It also had 1% critical strike, back when those stats were percentage based, and some strength, which would make you think it was for warriors, but remember, this is vanilla and rogues were the most viable DPS spec, so it was better in their hands, plus they still got some attack power from the strength. I might be a little biased though, since I played a rogue back then, like I said, so who knows, maybe it was equally good for rogues and warriors. The offhand was a fast 1.8 speed and had some defensive stats on it, so at first glance you would think that this is for a tank, right? Well, the problem here is that it's offhand only, so you couldn't use it with a shield. The itemization back then was all over the place, and it was up to the players to decide who got the most benefit. That would be 50 points worth of agility minus shield. The itemization back then was all over the place, and it was up to the players to decide who got the most benefit from which item. Except hunters, of course. They don't get that right. The set bonus was 50 attack power, which was pretty huge back then. That would be 50 points worth of agility minus the crit, so nothing to sneeze at. So, these were the weapons to have pre-raid as a combat rogue. And, believe it or not, the look was quite impressive back then. When most weapons looked like this, getting something that looked like this was a pretty big deal. Blizzard liked the model enough that it was reused for the Viscash the Bloodletter sword that dropped from the Onyxia's Lair raid, another great one-hander for rogues. The drop rates for both of the swords were quite low as I remember. Even though they were just blue, I believe they had just a 5-ish% drop rate for each one. The next item on our list is the Fell Striker, also dropped from Rend Blackhand. It was originally called the Death Striker before the name was changed for some reason, but what made this one special, as you can see, is while it didn't have any stats, it had an amazing proc. For every hit, you had a chance that all attacks are guaranteed to land and to be critical strikes for 3 seconds. This was pretty insane because even landing hits back then was tough if you didn't have enough of the hit stat. And even still, level 63s and bosses were also harder to hit in general due to how weapon skills worked. So basically, everyone wanted it. Combat rogues for the offhand, assassination rogues of course, fury warriors, and yes, even hunters. Hunters wanted everything back then. The proc rate was roughly 4%, and it wasn't unique, meaning that you could equip 2 of them. So, one of the best daggers in the game, probably even through the first few raid tiers due to the proc, and if you ran into a rogue with these in PvP, you were in for a painful time. And, just like many other weapons in the series, it got its own card in the trading card game, which is pretty neat. See that? Rogue and Warrior. Don't even try it, hunters. Since we're talking about Rend, we may as well talk about all of his drops. Another interesting item that dropped not from him, but rather his drake, was called the Chromatic Carapace, which which wasn't an armor or a weapon, but a quest item. Not too far away from Ren's room, you can find an injured whelp named Abi, who's related to the carapace. The chromatic dragonflight, whom you just got done fighting, are the result of unnatural experimentations by Nefarian, with Chromagus in the Blackwing Lair raid being one of the biggest abominations. They're created by using the blood of dragons from different dragonflights, and Abi is one of the many of the blue dragonflight that were captured by Nefarian. It asks you to travel to the Winter Spring Zone and use its scale to teleport to the matron of the blue dragonflight, Hela. She would send you on a series of quests that would eventually award you with some epic armor of your choice, the breastplate or leg plates of the chromatic flight. To complete these, you need the chromatic carapace, which dropped from Gith at a 2% drop rate, and you also needed 10 brilliant chromatic scales, dropped and skinned from the chromatic dragonflight you just fought, and also skinned off of Chromagus in the Blackwing Lair. You also need Blood of Heroes, Skins of Shadow, and Frayed Abomination Stitchlings, depending on what armor piece you're going for, the legs or the chest. You may remember these materials in my Hardest Grinds video. You got the Blood of Heroes from the Eastern Plaguelands. They were spread throughout the zone on the ground, and when you picked them up, you would get ambushed by elite NPCs. The Skins of Shadow dropped from the Scholomance dungeon at a low rate, and the Stitchlings from the Stratholme dungeon from the Abominations, as you would guess. The breastplate was a plate chest that gave quite a lot of stamina, strength, agility, and fire resistance. It was actually really good for quite a while, especially for fire resist fights like Ragnaros. If you opted for the male legs instead, you had a choice between intellect or agility with resistances to each school of magic. One is aimed towards hunters and enhancement shamans, and the other for elemental and restoration shamans. This quest was removed along with many other things in the Cataclysm expansion, but it's remembered as a cool little addition to the Blackrock Spire raid. I actually got the carapace on my paladin. I was the last of several people to roll. One guy rolled a 99, and I miraculously rolled a 100 after him. Sadly, I never finished it though, so it was a big waste. Sorry, random guy from 13 years ago. And since we're still talking about Rend, I got one more for you, and that's the Blackhand Doomsaw. There's really not a huge story tied behind this one, but I thought it was worth mentioning still, mainly because of the look. This was the trusty weapon of Rend Blackhand himself, and he had a chance to drop it. As far as weapon models went, it looked quite nice. It was a polearm type, with runes etched onto the blade itself, and ribbons hanging off the handle. It had a fairly slow speed, and a damage proc, which made it a good starter weapon for fresh 60s, and you would see a lot of paladins and warriors wielding it. It was the pre-Arcanite Reaper, and people would jokingly call it the Blackhand Noob Saw since it was so common. One of the staples for vanilla two-handers. It was also used by the great Leroy Jenkins, so that must mean it's amazing, right? So, all of these weapons are no longer available thanks to the Warlords of Draenor revamp of the dungeon and Cataclysm in the case of the Chromatic Carapace questline. The Doomsaw was actually preserved as a re-release called the Blackhand Doomcutter, a drop from the new revamped dungeon, and another one called Lantrezor's Warblade from a quest in the Burning Crusade expansion. The Dal Ren set was also acknowledged as an heirloom, so these weapons made their mark in the game for sure. Maybe not intricate enough to warrant their own videos, but still worth talking about, I think. So, hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another episode in the Azeroth Arsenal. This is a series where we take a look at some of the more interesting weapons and armor in the game's history. This one is a little different because the focus is on armor as opposed to the previous episodes, which were mainly weapons. In vanilla World of Warcraft, before raiding, you had the Tier 0 dungeon set. This is the blue armor set for each class, and the pieces were scattered across many different dungeons in the game. It was the set to get pre-raids, and they were highly sought after. For druids, it was the Wild Heart. for Hunters the Beast Stalker, Mage the Magister set, Paladins the Lightforge armor. The Priest set was called Devout, Rogues had Shadowcraft, the Shaman had the Elements, Warlock the Dreadmist, and Warriors the Valor set. At first, it was quite rare to see someone with the full set, and it was almost a status symbol. Before people started raiding, even blue items were impressive, so it was like, whoa, this guy knows his stuff. And combining that with the looks and the set bonus made them quite special. These sets would of course be later replaced by the superior Tier 1 set found in the Molten Core raid, and then that would be replaced by Tier 2, and so on. But lost within the shuffle was something called the Tier 0.5 set, or the Dungeon Set 2 as it's called. This was sneaked in patch 1.10 in March of 2006. At this point, the Temple of Ankh-Kiraj raid was already in the game, and that held Tier 2.5, so raiders really had no interest in this revamped dungeon set. It was more aimed towards those who just stuck with 5-mans as their endgame, of which there were plenty because raiding back then was so time-consuming. These sets were slightly better and modified versions of their originals. The Wild Heart upgraded to Feral Heart, Beast Stalker to Beast Master, Magisters to Sorcerers, Lightforge to Soulforge, Devout to Virtuous, Shadowcraft to Dark Mantle, Elements to the Five Thunders, Dreadmist to Deathmist, and Valor to Heroism. In looks, there were just different color palettes for the most part, but in stats and rarity, they were superior to their blue counterparts. The quest chain that awarded them was the same for each class, but it was very long and expensive, and as a result, not a lot of people completed it, and in fact, if you mention these Tier 0.5 sets to people today, most of them will have no clue what you're talking about. So, I thought I'd cover the chain in its entirety and tell you about something that I think is a mystery to a lot of people. Mainly for entertainment, but who knows, if you decide to play the classic servers, maybe you can even use it as a guide. The main goal of it is to collect 3 fragments of an amulet and to break an ancient curse. This video will be from an Alliance perspective. But the chain is pretty much mirrored for the Horde. I'll list any minor differences in text, but other than that, the main differences are the turn-in NPCs. So, for the Alliance, it all started from the NPC Deliana, located just outside the throne room in Ironforge, and Makvar the Treasurer for the Horde, who you could find in Thrall's throne room in Orgrimmar. They tell you that they have in their possession a powerful set of armor worn by your class, and they're willing to give it to you for a favor. So, because this chain upgrades your Tier 0 to 0.5, you of course had to already own all of your Tier 0 set, which consisted of 8 pieces. The bracers, the belt, boots, gloves, pants, shoulders, chest, and head. Going with the Alliance chain, the first step is to upgrade the bracers. Deliana sends you to the Winter Spring Zone, located all the way on the other continent. Remember, this is vanilla, and the traveling for these quests was legendary, and it was all on the ground, so there was a lot of walking. You needed to get 15 blood samples from the wildlife here, and if you brought the blood back and give her 20 gold and your bracers, you get the upgraded bracers for the dungeon set 2. Just 7 more to go. At this point, with this 20 gold investment, I do want to emphasize just how expensive it was to finish this whole chain, and it's the main reason why a lot of people skipped it. This 20 gold is just the beginning, and if you take into account that you're losing your original enchants, this chain is pretty pricey to finish. But with this, part 1 is done, and we have the bracers. For the next part, you need to talk to a dead person's ghost, and to do that, you need to visit a master engineer that specializes in the supernatural. You're sent to Muck's Mana Scrambler in Gadgetzan, and being a goblin, he of course wants money out of you. To progress to the next part, you need to give him 40 gold, which at this point was a lot back then. Most people had maybe 100-ish in their pockets. Everyone was broke. But that wasn't all. You also needed a bunch of trade materials, which also cost gold, and this is where most people said, screw this is out of my price range, so I'll just stick with the old tier set. So, the total shopping list here was a delicate Arcanite converter, which was made by engineers, 4 greater eternal essences, which enchanters got from disenchanting high-level greens, 10 stone scale oil, which were made by alchemists, and 25 volcanic ash, which you had to get by yourself. You got this in the burning step zone on the ground, typically near lava pools, so it didn't cost anything, but it was a lot of travel, and 25 made it pretty time consuming. And in terms of travel, we're just getting started. Mux builds you a ghost trap, and for the next part, you need to use this trap and collect ectoplasm from all across the world. To use this trap, you needed something called Goblin Rocket Fuel, and you're given 8 to start off, but if you used all of them before you collected all 36 essences, you had to buy more from an engineer. You need 12 scorched ectoplasms from enemies in Silithus, 12 frozens from enemies in Winterspring, and 12 stables from enemies in the Eastern Plaguelands. Did I say that the traveling in vanilla was ridiculous yet? Anyways, you bring all of this goo and the trap back to Mux and Tannerus, and he sends you back to the Burning Steppes to get the Magma Core from an Earth Elemental located inside the zone. Hey, why didn't you tell me to do this while I was getting the ash earlier? What an ashhole. So, you return the core, and you just need one more part. It's a Fel Elemental Rod, but the only problem is that you have to buy it from an imp merchant named Veal, and he's located in an elite-infested area in the southern Winterspring zone all the way north. Luckily though, he isn't super deep into the area, and he's in the first cave you see on the right-hand side. The rod also costs 40 gold, so it's pretty pricey. So you buy the rod, return it to Mux, and he finishes the device and tells you to return it to Deliana in Ironforge if you're Alliance, or Makvar in Orgrimmar if you're Horde. As a reward for getting this far, for the next quest, you're asked to turn in your belt and gloves for the upgrade. And as a bonus, the gloves are actually an upgrade in rarity, your first purple piece of the set. But you're not satisfied with just 3 pieces. So you ask for the next task, and you're sent to the entrance of the Strathholm dungeon along with the ghost device. You're told to use this device near the entrance, and doing so will reveal the ghost of Anthean Harmon. From him, you need to obtain some information about a special amulet. He agrees to help you, but in return, you must do him a favor. You need to go inside the Strathholm dungeon and rescue someone called Ysida Harmon from the final boss of the undead side, Baron Rivendare. So, this is our first official group quest in the chain. There's just one catch though. When you enter the dungeon, a 45-minute timer starts, and this NPC is slain at the end of it. Not only do you need to clear through the dungeon, but you also had to do it pretty quickly and carefully so you don't wipe. But if you're successful, Ysida gave you her locket, which you returned to Anthean. You ask him information about a Draconid named Valthalak and a special medallion that he held. And he tells you that the medallion had Valthalak's soul stored inside, and that he took it and divided it amongst his friends. But upon doing so, they unleashed a curse upon themselves that's still active even in death. He says that he gave the first piece to a dwarf named Theldrin, who who's a gladiator for the Dark Iron Dwarves. So, you need to fight him and get the medallion back, but to do so, you need a bunch of materials. You need 3 dark iron bars, which were made by miners, 20 enchanted leathers from enchanters, 3 mooncloth from tailors, and 4 cured rugged hides from leatherworkers. All pretty pricey trade goods, so the investment was really starting to pile up at this point. And what did you need all of this stuff for? A banner, of course. Hey, you can't just fight the guy, you need this special banner, and it's not even finished yet. You need to take this incomplete banner to an NPC named Valorant Treeshaper, located in the library of the Diremal dungeon, so again, a group is needed to clear to this NPC. And to follow along with the scheme of things, before he'll help you, you need to do him a favor. He asks you to kill ogres inside of Diremal and to bring him their war beads as proof, 25 of them total. And for this, you at least get an amulet as a reward, which is a nice little bonus. Upon completing this, Valorant will enchant the banner that'll somehow provoke Feldrin, but to do that, he needs more materials first. You need 4 dark runes, which are drops from enemies in the Scholomance dungeon, so for these, you either got a group, or you bought them off of the auction house since they weren't soulbound. You also needed 8 large brilliant shards, which enchanters got from disenchant.
Don't waste my time.
High-level blue items, and a quest item called the Jeering Spectre Essence, which dropped from ghosts located inside the Diremal dungeon. So, lots of help required. This is a pretty elaborate way of challenging someone to a fight, don't you think? Anyways, you take this special banner to the arena located inside the Blackrock Depths instance to summon the secret Feldrin boss and his posse, and your goal, of course, is to take him down. He dropped some loot, some of which is unique in transmog, so to this day, people are looking for others with the banner still to get some rare transmogs. And he also dropped the first fragment of the amulet. You returned this to Antheon, and he tells you that the only way to stop the curse is to put the amulet back together, so you need 2 more fragments. This is about the halfway point of the chain. Hey, I told you this was a long one. Not to tease you here, but I think for the sake of not making this video too long, we'll come back to this in part 2, so I'll see you then. Hey guys, what's up? Man Season here, back with another episode in the Azeroth Arsenal. In the last episode of the series, I started covering the Tier 0.5 armor set, or the Dungeon Set 2 as some people call it. So, this video will be the conclusion of this chain. If you remember, we left off doing a bit of ghost hunting, we did a timed Stratholme run, made a special banner, summoned a special boss in the Blackrock Depths instance, and got the first of 3 fragments of a medallion to break an ancient curse. We brought this medallion back to Antheon. He tells you to return to Deliana or Makvar and that someone named Bodley is the only hope of finding the 2 remaining pieces. Returning to them allowed you to trade in 3 more pieces, the boots, which were purple, and the pants and shoulders. Just 2 more pieces to go, the head and chest. You're told to track down Bodley, who was last seen entering the Blackrock Spire in the Blackrock Mountain. So, you bring the Ghost Revealer with you and use it to speak with his ghost, and he gives you the last 2 parts, the head, chest, and that's quest complete.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video.
Nah, just kidding. You need to travel to the other side of the world to get an item called the Cinder of Cinders. This dropped from an NPC named the Duke of Cinders in the Silithus Zone. But he's not just like any other NPC. You have to do a little ritual to summon him. You need to kill Twilight cultists within the zone until you obtain 3 pieces of their armor as a disguise, a cowl, a mantle, and the robe. Having all 3 gave you access to something called a Windstone, which allowed you to summon the Lord of Cinders. To do that though, you first needed a medallion called the Twilight Cultist Medallion of Station. To get this, you needed to complete a quest chain, and to start this chain, you needed to do some farming to reach the friendly reputation with the Cenarian Circle. Aw man, this is reminding me of the Burning Crusade attunement. Not getting into rep farming, once you do that, you talk to an NPC named Aural Goldleaf in the Cenarian Hold in Silithus, and you needed to bring her 1 large brilliant shard and 3 items called Abyssal Crests. You got these Abyssal Crests by equipping that Twilight set you got earlier and clicking on lesser Windstones located throughout the zone to summon an elemental, which dropped the crests. Turning in the materials gave you the medallion, which gave you a 1 in 4 chance upon clicking the Windstones of summoning the Duke of Cinders. If you're lucky enough to summon him, you kill him, get the Cinder, and bring it back to... Wait, what were we doing again? Oh yeah, Bodley needed this. You know, you lose track after a while. But he also needed 2 more items called the Incendicite of Incendius, which dropped from Lord Incendius, a boss in the Blackrock Depths, and he also needed the Ember of the Emberseer, which dropped from the Pyroguard Emberseer in the Upper Blackrock Spire, which was only opened with the Seal of Ascension, which you got from... okay, I'm not going into that one again. And lastly, you also need an item called the Hallowed Brazier, which you could only buy from the Argent Dawn faction for 120 gold, only at the Honored Reputation level or higher. So, you bring all this stuff back to Bodley, and you'll give you 1 of 4 quests selected at random. It'll be called the Components of Importance, and the possibilities are to retrieve a brilliant Sword of Zealotry, which is looted from the Elite Scarlet Praetorians located in the Elite Tier's Hand Zone in the Eastern Plaguelands. Another possibility was to retrieve the soul ashes of the Banished, which you got from the undead located on the Purgation Isle, which could be found off the coast of the Hillsbrad Foothills Zone. Option number 3 was to acquire the druidical remains from the Silithid, located at Hive Regal in the southeast Silithus. And number 4 was to track down the Starbreeze Village Relic, which you can find back at the Frost Whisper Gorge in southern Winterspring from the Frostmaw Giants there. All 4 of these quests involved killing elite enemies, which were soloable with the right class and gear, but still, they were tough. But whichever one you got, you brought back to Bodley, and he gave you the follow-up quest. If you got the Blade of Zealotry, your next goal is to take the brazier you put together earlier in the final boss room of the human side of Stratholme to summon 2 undead enemies named Jerian and Sathos. You kill them and loot the left piece of the amulet. Or, in the previous part, if you got the soul ashes, you then head to the Scholomance dungeon into Ras Frostwhisper's room, which was near the end of the instance, and you use this brazier to summon an ogre named Cormac. If you instead got the Druidical Remains quest, the follow-up for that was to head to the War Master Voon's room in the lower Blackrock Spire to summon a Tauren druid named Mor Greyhoof. And lastly, if you got the relic, you needed to go to the Satyr, Alzin the Wildshaper's room, all the way in the Diremaul East dungeon. You kill him, and using the brazier, you summon the night elf Isalian. So, of course, all 4 of these required a full group to summon and kill. And, just like Theldrin in the Blackrock Depths, they all dropped loot, and some are still sought after as transmogs to this day. Players who completed this whole chain and kept a certain item can still summon a few of them, but since the chain was so long, hard, and expensive, these people are extremely rare to find. Anyways, whichever scenario you got, you turned into Bodley, and that's 2 of the 3 fragments, and for the next part, he asks you to gather some reagents to cast a spell to track down the 3rd fragment. This happens to be 20 blood kelp from Naga, located on the Alkaz Island in the Dustswallow Marsh Zone. These Naga were all high-level elites, so they were difficult, but soloable again with the right class and gear. And the next 2 parts are basically just repeats of the previous parts. You know the portion of the chain where there are 4 possibilities? Out of the remaining 3 scenarios, you'll get 1 randomly for the next 2 parts. So, the sword from Tyr's hand, the ashes from Purgation Isle, the druidical remains from Silithus, or the relic from Winterspring. And after that, you get one of those 4 quests to go into one of the dungeons to summon another boss. Doing so gave you the final piece of the amulet. The last part required you to go into the raid, the Upper Blackrock Spire, and kill the elite orcs there until you got 40 Blackrock bracers. And just in case you thought that you were home free in terms of gold, you also needed a flask of supreme power, which was a spell power flask for vanilla. It was of course made by alchemists, and it was pretty expensive. You brought all of this back to Bodley. The next part was the finale. You needed to go back into the Upper Blackrock Spire and summon Lord Valthalak himself. As I mentioned, this guy was an elite Draconid, and you summoned him in the Beast's Room, so once again, near the end of the raid. It was actually a pretty tough fight, involving 3 phases total where he drains life, summons adds, enrages, and throws out Shadowbolt volleys. A worthy final boss to this insane quest chain. If you were successful though, you use the completed amulet on his corpse to summon his spirit, and he agrees to end the curse now that the amulet is returned. The next step is to return to Bodley, and he tells you to return to Deliana for the Alliance or Mokvar for the Horde, and they thank you by letting you trade in your Tier 0 chest and helmet for their Tier 0.5 counterparts. He or she wishes you luck and hopes that this armor will protect you for a long time, or until the next expansion, I guess. And that's it. That's the chain completed. You're a little older, a little more broke, but you have your new set. Maybe it didn't have better stats than the raiding sets, but it was definitely more rare, and in its own way, more difficult to get. The true set for the non-raiding player. Today, of course, thanks to the Cataclysm, the chain and thus the armor sets are now removed from the game, but you still can obtain both the Tier 0 and 0.5 as transmogs from the Darkmoon Fair if you'd like. They just exist for looks though, and they don't have any stats. Another bonus is that if you completed this chain, you got to keep the tools to summon any of the bosses anytime you want, in case you wanted some of their unique loot. Cormac from Scholomance, Eldrin from the Blackrock Depths, Jarian and Sothos from Stratholme, Isalian from Diremaul, more Greyhoof from the Lower Blackrock Spire, and Valthalak from the Upper Blackrock Spire. Today, due to the many dungeon re-releases, there's not a lot that you can actually summon still. Only Isalian, more Greyhoof, and Theldrin survived the revamps, and the rest are lost forever. Or I guess until Classic servers release. But that's about it. If you watched this for entertainment, I hope you found it entertaining, and if you watched it as a guide, I hope you found it helpful. Like the video if you liked it, and I'll see you in the next episode of the Azeroth Arsenal. Peace.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video. See you again soon.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another episode of the Azeroth Arsenal. It's been a while since I've done one of these, and in this one, I wanted to do another bundle episode, sort of like how I did the Rent Blackhand edition in episode 6. In particular, I want to mainly focus on old epic weapon drops back in vanilla. Purples did really drop from dungeons and of course out in the world, and they were very rare and highly sought after since they were still a big deal back then. Over the years, they've lost their value, but when everyone was just starting raiding, seeing a purple item was like, whoa, shit just got real. Pardon my French. So, seeing them in dungeons was doubly amazing since most of the drops were blue items. First up, we have Tibu's Blazing Longsword. This was actually a world drop. Well, maybe not a world drop, but it dropped from trash mobs in high-level dungeons and raids, and originally, it was the holy grail item in the game. It was in the original box art, and was therefore the first epic item that most people saw. Just looking at this picture is an experience itself. Zoomable minimap makes navigation simple. Holy crap, what a story, Mark. Create your own unique hero from one of 8 player races and 9 different player classes. Then, customize your character with hundreds of different hair, skin, and outfitting combinations. Enter the world with one-click access to Blizzard's dedicated World of Warcraft game network. I'm pretty sure it was more than one click. Here, let's test it. See? At least 2 clicks. And that's counting that you've created a character already. Damn false advertising. Whether you're a novice or a veteran, a world of bold adventure and mighty deeds awaits. Even if you only have a few minutes to play, Blizzard's superior quest system ensures an adventure is always waiting. The game's user interface is so intuitive that you may never need to read the manual. Well, for some people at least. But let's go past that. Hey, if you get to hurl your fiery balls at people, then sign me up. The actual sword in-game is a little different though. Slightly less DPS, and you get an actual number for the fiery ball proc. 150 damage. So, this was probably one of the rarest items in the game. I think I saw one in my whole time playing back then, and it was on a hunter, funny enough. It looks like a lightsaber, so it has a nice aesthetic to it, and it's even a light source. If you bring it to a dark area, you'll see that it lights up the area a bit, which is a cool subtle little detail, I think. The rarity of this item has diminished ever since the Warlords of Draenor expansion, because you could get it from one of the buildings there. But still, one of the holy grails in the classic game. Definitely has a spot in the Azeroth Arsenal. The next one I wanted to mention is Sulthraze the Lasher. This one I always thought was cool because it wasn't a drop, but rather it's a combination of 2 other drops. It's tied to the Zul'Farrak instance, all the way in the Tanner's Zone, which is a level 45-ish dungeon. In here, you can get 2 blue one-hander swords. Sangthrace the Deflector out of the Antusul boss, who is the Basilisk Keeper, and Jengthrace the Protector from the Chief Ukor's Sandscalp boss. Alone, these are pretty ordinary one-handers, but if you get both on one character and combined them, you formed the epic Sulthraze sword. The model looked quite nice at the time, especially for its level. It had an interesting proc which lowered the strength of your enemy and dealt some shadow damage, both instantly and over time. Back in vanilla, we had a bunch of items with weird procs like this. Life drains, stat reductions, kind of interesting. The speed was 2.6, which was pretty fast, which made it pretty bad actually since you wanted slow weapons back then. But the real value was just in that novelty of having the purple and the cool way of obtaining it. It is still obtainable today, so if you want to unearth a nifty relic of the past and get yourself a transmog, head on over to Zul'Farrak. And next, we have the Ironfoe. This was the legendary hammer forged by the Master Smith, Franklorn Forgewright. Hey, if you have Forge in your name, you know that you're a pretty good blacksmith. You may remember him from Vanilla. He was a secret ghost NPC that was outside of the Blackrock Depths instance, the one who gave you the quest for the key to the place. He was the creator of Ironfoe, and it was passed down to the great-great-grandfather of Reginald Windsor. Now, if this name sounds familiar to you, this is the guy who was instrumental in the Onyxia attunement for the Alliance way back in the day. But he was captured in the Blackrock Depths, and you had to rescue him, take him to Stormwind, where he exposed Katrana Prestor as Onyxia, where he was then turned into Reginald Windscorched. So, when he was captured, the leader of the Dark Iron Dwarves, who was Emperor Tharissen, took Ironfoe to wield for himself, and adventurers could loot it from his corpse if they were lucky. And when I say lucky, I mean very lucky, because this thing was rare. It was around a 2% drop rate, and considering that Tharissen was the last boss of an excruciatingly long dungeon, seeing someone with this weapon was like seeing a unicorn back then. And, unlike Sul'Thraze, it was actually good. Really good, in fact, because of its proc, which gave not just one, but 2 extra attacks on your next swing. Typically, rogues and fury warriors were the lucky recipients. Hey, hunters can't use maces, so luckily, this is safe from their wrath. And it's still obtainable today, although the proc has been nerfed to just 1 extra attack. The Dragon's Call was a unique sword found in the Great Sunken Temple dungeon. Again, epic quality, but what made this one special was that it had a chance on hit to summon a dragon whelp to assist you. Back then, the only classes that you saw had pets were the Hunter and Warlock, and Shamans if you want to count totems, and these pet summoning items were much less commonplace in general as they are now. So, it was very handy, and you could summon up to 3 whelps at a time if you were lucky enough. And it wasn't unique, so if you were crazy enough to farm 2 of them, you could technically get an army of 6 whelps to serve as your personal escort and wreck anyone in your way. It dropped from the Shade of Aranicus boss specifically, who was the final boss of the Sunken Temple. Like I said in a recent video, it was much more annoying to get than it is today, because back then, there were more fours to this dungeon, and scattered throughout the area, you had these trolls who were channeling a protection spell on Aranicus, and you had to track them down and take them out along with the Prophet boss before you could attack them. So, similar to Tharissen, this weapon was rare not just due to the 2% drop rate, but by how unfriendly it was to farm it since the dungeon took so long. The look is quite nice in my opinion, sort of as the same vein as Lincoln's sword. It looks epic, but still realistic and not super over the top, which fits some people's transmogs, I'm sure. And again, still obtainable. Now, I want to say that it was mainly rogues or warriors who were the lucky recipients of this one, but again, you gotta keep in mind that epics were epic back then, and combining that with the fact that no one knew what they were doing, it was a free-for-all, and if someone could equip it, they would roll on it pretty much. So, I'm sure there were a fair share of mages, warlocks, other casters, and everyone's favorite class running around with this back in the day. Hey, my old guildmaster said that hunters should have equal priority on the legendary Thunder Fury sword, so I'm pretty sure this was fair game to them as well. Damn hunters. You know, a weapon is pretty substantial if it has an heirloom named after it. The Headmaster's Charge was one of the most sought after caster weapons before raiding. It dropped off of the Dark Master Gandling in the level 60 dungeon Scholomance. He was the last boss of this place. And what made this one special, honestly, was its look. It was a staff, of course, adorned with bone spurs and a Diablo horned skull at the top. At the time, there wasn't anything like it, and it definitely turned heads. It also had a special on-use effect that increased the intellect of you and any nearby party members, which made you pretty popular. Like I said earlier, Vanilla had all sorts of cool procs and on-use effects, one of the many RPG elements that's diminished over the years. The original staff is no longer in the game, unfortunately, due to the Scholomance revamp in Pandaria, so the only wielders are the select few who farmed it out before then. You can still get the transmog via the re-release Headmaster's Will, or like I mentioned, the heirloom staff. But that's about it for this one. There's another set of cool classic items for you. Hopefully, you learned about some stuff you didn't know about. Or heck, maybe it'll be useful for those of you who are going to play the classic servers. Anyways, I hope you found the video interesting or entertaining. Like it if you liked it, and I'll see you in the next episode of the Azeroth Arsenal. Peace.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video. See you again soon.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another episode of the Azeroth Arsenal, which is a series where I go over some of the more interesting weapons or armor in the game. A long time ago, I went over Kul Sirar, which was that one-handed tanking sword that we got from the Daramal instance in Vanilla. We delivered a tome and an old blade to a lore master there, and slayed a dragon, but not before using its fire to temper the blade. We learned from the Lore Keeper that there were many such blades forged from the fire of dragons. Well, one popped up in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, and just like Kul Sirar, you could undertake an epic set of tasks to restore the blade to its former glory. This one was called Kul Dalar, and it's described as the sister blade to Kul Sirar, and unlike a lot of weapons in the series, it's still obtainable today. It was a legendary sword held by the Koldarai elves, who were the High Elves. No, not that kind of High Elf, the ones of noble birth, also called the Highborn. It was a mythical weapon of extreme power, and it was used to slay the Scourge in defense of the Silvermoon City against Arthas and his army of undead. It was wielded by Thalorian Dawnseeker, who was a High Elf warrior, where he fought to his eventual death at the hands of one of Arthas' Death Knights. He was slain while he heroically bought time for his allies to escape. After the dust settled, and Prince Kael'thas returned, and named the survivors of the battle Blood Elves, he took a regiment to Lordaeron to help the Alliance against the Scourge, and Thalorian's friend, Lanithil, took up Kul Dalar and carried on his legacy in the war. She was eventually sent to Icecrown to destroy Arthas, the Lich King, but as you can see, things didn't turn out so well. But a question remains: what happened to the blade? Well, in patch 3.3, we got the Icecrown raid, in which Lanithil was a boss. The final boss and the Bloodwing, but the sword is nowhere to be seen. After the Lich King killed her and brought her back as a minion in Undeath, she couldn't bear to wield the sword as it reminded her of her past life. So she shattered it into pieces and scattered them throughout Icecrown, hoping to bury her past for good. One of these pieces is the Battered Hilt, which you can find in any of the 3 dungeons for patch 3.3, which was the Forge of Souls, the Pit of Siran, and the Halls of Reflection. The enemies here have a very small chance to drop this, and is quite pricey today. It depends on the server, but it's around the 50,000 to 100,000 range. I spent about 40,000, so I could fully show you the questline for this video. Note that it is separated by faction though, as the quest varies slightly depending if you're Horde or Alliance, so if you buy one for yourself, make sure it's for your faction because it won't switch. You loot it, and you know that it isn't just some random ordinary hilt, so you take it to your faction side of the Argent Tournament grounds in the Ice Crown zone. Calatus Bright Spear for the Alliance, and Moralian Sunblade for the Horde. As elves, they note that it seems familiar, but they can't quite put their finger on it, despite the fact that they're in a location called Quel'Dalar's Rest, with a hiltless sword nearby, but whatever. To identify it, they ask you to go to the Wormrest Temple in Dragonblight and talk to an NPC named Corielstraz. He's quite knowledgeable about this sort of stuff, so surely he can help. You show him the hilt, and he identifies it as one of the prismatic dragon blades that they forged, just like Kolsarar. But he can't name the specific blade because he says that someone beat you to it, and he already lended out his reference book. We get a visit from Calicos, who's distrustworthy of you because of the whole Dragon Soul thing. Aw, come on, that was a long time ago. Luckily, Alexstrasza backs you up, and that she'll totally use it for good. You're instructed to head on over to your faction's inn in Dalaran and speak to the Arcanist Tybalin for the Alliance and Magister Hethorel for the Horde. From these NPCs, you learn that the opposite faction is gathering intel on the sword as well, and that their informants can be found in the sewers of Dalaran. So you go there, murder that person, and loot some intel. You learn that the person who got the Wormrest Tome is to deliver it to Icecrown after meeting an NPC in the opposing faction's hub in Dalaran. The place is heavily guarded, so we can't just go in guns blazing. Instead, we get a disguise in the form of a tabard from the mage Shandy Glossclean, who is also found in town. But in exchange, you need to do some laundry. Hey, I told you this quest was epic. But you get the tabard, and it lets you slip right by the guards and trick the Magister into giving you the tome. And now that you finally have it, you return to your NPC at Quel'Dalar's Rest, where they read through the tome, trying to figure out just what Dragonblade it is. Suddenly, you're interrupted by Lanathil herself, where she confirms that the nearby sword is indeed Quel'Dalar.
Is this
Quel'Dalar. As Quel'Dalar was forged by the dragons and given to the Kaldori, its twin, Quel'Dalar, was given to mine. The king bestowed the blade upon my friend, the Lorien Dawnseeker. But even Thalorian's skill and Quel'Dalar's magic could not save Silver Moon from the might of the Scourge. Thalorian fell before the gates of the Sunwell, buying time for others to escape. After the battle, I recovered the sword from the field. I bore it to Northrend in the service of my prince, seeking to avenge our people's defeat. Arthas shattered our forces and took the most powerful of us into his service as the Sanlane. My memories of Thalorian went cold, and so did his blade. It was I who brought Quel'Dalar here, to return it to its makers. In breaking the weapon, so did I break its power. Quel'Dalar will never serve another.
So, she casts some sort of spell on the blade, and disappears. The blade is broken, but it can be restored. For the first step, you're sent to the Pit of Saran dungeon in the Ice Crown Citadel, and in here, the Lich King has skeletal miners harvesting a powerful ore called Saranite. You need to collect 5 bars from them, along with the hammer from the Forge Master Garfrost boss, who is also found in the Pit of Saran. So, using this hammer, and the bars, and the remnants of Koldalar, you reforge the weapon to return it to its original shape. But the blade itself is still brittle and unusable, so the next step is to temper it. Instead of Dragon's Breath, this time you just head into another 3.3 dungeon. It's the Forge of Souls, and you go through the entire instance, and at the end, you dip the blade into the Crucible of Souls to temper it. But something is still missing. It's lacking in the power that it once held. You feel it pulling you, as if calling you somewhere, and you answer that calling in the last 3.3 dungeon, which is the Halls of Reflection. Upon accepting the quest, you get a debuff called Koldalar's Compulsion, which you have until you finish it. It doesn't do anything negative, it just tells you to get your butt to the halls, and entering the dungeon, you see Frostmourne right in front of you in the Sword's Rest. Suddenly, in the presence of Frostmourne, the spirit of Uther the Lightbringer appears and tells you to stop and to not carry the blade any further.
Do you realize what you've done?
So, carrying the blade further, it flies into the air, and you're given a little mini-boss here where you and your party have to subdue it. And, if you're successful, Uther appears once more and gives you the following dialogue.
You have forged this blade from Saranite, the very blood of an old god. The power of the Lich King calls to this weapon. Each moment you tarry here, Keldalar drinks in the evil of this place. There is only one way to cleanse this sword. Make haste for the Sunwell, and immerse the blade in its waters. I can resist Frostmourne's call no more.
Okay, so maybe using the blood of an old god wasn't such a good idea after all. You return to your faction NPC with this information, and by Uther's instruction, you're sent to the Sunwell to finally cleanse the blade. You talk to an NPC there named Haldoran Brightwing, and after explaining the situation, he still doesn't allow you inside of the Sunwell to cleanse the blade. Instead, he sends you to the site where the original wielder, Thalorian Dawnseeker, fell in battle. You arrive at the site, examine his remains, and you see his death play out before your very eyes, where he was to sacrifice himself to buy time for his men to retreat. You get to play a role in this, and you gotta defend him against the spirits of the past.
I will make my stand here and buy you as much time as I'm able. Use it well and make our prince proud. It has been a great honor to fight beside you in defense of our land and our people. You, stranger, you are not one of my soldiers. Will you stay and stand with me to face the enemy? Listen well, Scourge Defilers. None of you will reach the Sunwell so long as I stand. I wasn't meant to survive this attack. Why has this happened? Why have you come here? It's Quel'Dalar. You possess the sword. I don't know how, but the blade has chosen you to be its new wielder. take it with my blessing and wield it against the Scourge as I once did.
He gives you his blessing, and you take it back to Haldurin, where he finally agrees to permit you access to the Sunwell. He escorts you under heavy guard, and here you can get a couple of different scenarios. If you're not a Blood Elf, the Lord of Kolthalas, Lorthramar Thuran, attempts to take the blade himself. But he's thrown back as Koldalar refuses him. You're encased in a...
Speak, friend. Strength and honor. Strength. Blood and thunder. Sub. Go forth to victory.
Zug. Be safe.
Talk to me! Glad I could help!
Prison of Ice, and you almost get into an altercation with the Blood Elves. But if you're a blood elf yourself, Orthramar simply inspects the blade and willingly hands it to you in respect of your heritage, as you can see here.
Strength and honor.
Kind of a cool little detail that they added, I think. Regardless though, you're given the blade to return to your faction NPC at Goldalar's Rest, and they send you back to Dalaran.
$8K, $11K. I mean, that's close. That's almost true. Playing Unring and stopping ancient players. This is the worst part right now. Let me see, Dota buff. So Val, I know there's some toxic shit in there. Some absolute toxic shit. People just love to hate. No wonder his average viewers went from 10K to 4K. Is that factual? Or is he just hating? Let's see. Admiral Bulldog. 9K. 7K. 8K. 11K. I mean, that's close. That's almost true. Playing Unring and stopping ancient players. This is the worst part right now. Let me see. Dota buff. So Valve made a new thing that really fucked me in the ass.
Many friends.
Before, the old system was very good, because then you could play games and lose. We play worse players, but we're playing Magnus right click or CK Axe build or Meepo Pepeg build. About a 50% win rates. Now they changed it, so now I have to play against noobs, and this is very not fun. But these ranked games are actually pretty fun. I think I'll play that more. He can't even speak properly anymore, just being Twitch memes. Isn't that what I've always done? Have I ever been a serious streamer? Bolo doesn't even need to open his own mouth anymore. He just sits around and waits for his chat to use the function that plays sound bites for him. Right now, there's 50% of the stream's funny moments. It doesn't come in from him. True. That's true. He had about 10K average to the things. I'm pretty sure he played solo queue after that. His average might have gone down, but his hours watched went up. Yes, average viewers down, but hours watched. Still, people still watch as much. But why do I have average viewers less? One, because Dota slowly is dying. There's no new players coming in, so it will slowly die. And everyone will get less viewers over time. Two, my goal is not to have as many viewers as possible. I only play for fun and what I like. I will get more viewers if I play solo queue 7 hours a day, but then I will end up killing myself. So I choose not to do that. Two, because I play way more other things than Dota. First hour free content, then we'll play custom game, then we'll play free games of Dota, and then we'll end with some other game. Less Dota, less average viewers. Let's take this, let's do a very advanced thing. Also, I double stream. Double streaming has a lot of advantages, but there's one downside. The longer you stream, the longer you're on your peak viewer number. So we take this here. This is 7 hour stream, we do 4.5, so we remove this portion here. Oh, right. You remove this, and since we double stream, we short stream less. And this is what happens. This is what happens. When you double stream, you stream more hours, but your peak viewership goes down because you stream less. It's very advanced things that you know if you're not a dummy. And that's why people here are pretty pig, and they don't know what they're talking about, and they just love to hate and write lies and non-factual statements. Well done, Sivraj. I wish he went full round instead of seeking games he doesn't like. People say this all the time. This is very confusing. I like to play Dota. However, I do not like to play solo queue, and I do not like to play Dota all day. You see how, let's just do this and we go back in time a bit. See how much different things I do? That's fun. This is fun, because when you do different things and keep it, you vary what you do, that's fun and enjoyable. Then you go back here, just play Dota. Dota, 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 just play Dota. Just play Dota, 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 Dota. And I've been streaming since 2012. This one doesn't even go that far back. But just playing Dota gets boring. Who would have known? That's very surprising.
And you're given a choice of a few different variants of the sword. The Might of the Faithful for two-hander strength DPS, the Ferocity of the Scorned for two-handed agility DPS, a hunter stat stick basically, and the Cunning of Shadows for one-handed agility DPS, and the Lens of the Mind for casters. And that's it. You've restored the legendary Kol Dalar to its former glory. You're officially announced as the wielder of the weapon to the whole city, and you even get an achievement. And even if you can't wield swords, you could still get some pretty nifty weapons by sort of trading in Kol Dalar. A one-handed agility mace called the Cudgel of Furious Justice, a caster mace called the Hammer of Purified Flame, and the two-handed agility mace, the Lightborn Spire. So, a pretty cool questline, very similar to Kol Sirar in a lot of ways. They're both dragon blades, you get them from a rare quest starter, rebuild them from these broken shadows of their former selves. One of the big differences, I guess, is that Kol Dalar is tied to all 5-man content, whereas Kol Sirar was of course done in the 40-man Onyxia raid. But on the other hand, Kol Dalar was a much longer chain with a bit more story. So, if you want to take part in an epic questline in the game's history and get some cool transmogs while you're at it, check out the Kol Dalar chain. Contrary to what Lanathil said, it will serve another. But that's about it for this one. I hope you found the video interesting or entertaining. Like it if you liked it, and I'll see you in the next episode of the Azeroth Arsenal. Peace.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video. See you again soon.
It's too far away.
Shadowmourne was one of two legendaries in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. Players may recognize it as the sister blade to Frostmourne, which is the unholy rune blade that corrupted Prince Arthas Menethil and turned him into an agent of the Lich King. He found it in his campaign into Northrend and took it as his weapon to take vengeance against the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis. The blade took hold of him, however, and he lost control of his own will, eventually leading to him becoming the Lich King at the behest of Frostmourne itself. design, Shadowmourne is etched with unholy runes and gains power from the souls of its victims, and it takes a powerful wielder to control it, lest they suffer the same fate as the Fallen Prince. The only difference from Frostmourne being that it's of course an axe rather than a sword. It was, and still is, obtainable by players in the Icecrown Citadel, home of the Lich King himself, and the expansion's final big raid tier. Only 3 classes can obtain it, and that's the Warrior, Paladin, and most appropriately, the Death Knight, the new class for the expansion. It involved a fairly long quest chain that spanned both inside and outside of the raid, and at the time, only the best of the best would be able to make it through this gauntlet to finally obtain the unholy weapon. So, in this video, I'd like to go over this chain from start to finish. It all started with the Sacred and the Corrupt quest found within the raid itself. You got it from the current leader of the Death Knights, Darian Mograine, near the entrance of the raid. To accept it, you'd need friendly reputation with the Ashen Verdict, which is a faction that's tied to the raid. You got this pretty quickly just by killing trash and bosses. You can get it after a few runs of just clearing all of the trash up to the first boss, Merogar, and then just resetting over and over. Once you had that done, you could grab the quest, and the objective is to build the base of Shadowmourne by getting some very specific reagents. First is 25 Primordial Serenites. These are rare reagents dropped by the bosses held within the raid. It's that hardened blood of the old god Yogg-Saron, hence the name, and they'll be handy in creating an evil soul-devouring weapon of unimaginable power. When it was current content, these were high in demand as you would imagine, and they were quite pricey as a result. The next 2 reagents we needed were the Blood of Rotface and Festergut. These were 2 bosses held fairly deep into the raid in the Unholy Wing, and they only dropped them on 25-man mode. It was during this expansion was when they first introduced the option of running 10-man versions of every raid. They were a bit easier, so to keep the chain challenging, they limited a lot of this stuff to 25-man only, the Bloods included. And the last item we needed was Light's Vengeance, the discarded weapon of Prince Arthas himself. When Arthas found Frostmourne, as mentioned earlier, he made a paid class switch from Paladin to Death Knight, and tossed aside this weapon in favor for the Unholy Runeblade. Paying a visit to Dragonblight, you'll see the landing spot for Arthas' army, and the remains of the ships that he burned long ago. And in a nearby cavern, you'll find the former resting place of Frostmourne. The weapon laid before you, convenient as can be, but upon walking up to it, you find that it's a trap. The Lich King doubles as a master of bamboozling and encases you with chains of ice.
So predictable. Do you truly expect to fulfill Morgraine's task unopposed? You both shall suffer as his father does.
You're ambushed by the Lich King's seemingly unbeatable swarm of level 80 zombies, and an undead necromancer appears. But to your right is Light's Vengeance. If you run up to it and harness its holy power, it'll fly up into the air and smite any nearby ghoul, and break the necromancer's immunity shield.
not, Master. Not enough. I shall rend.
You then engage him one-on-one, and if you're successful, you'll find Light's Vengeance free for the taking on the ground next to you. And with this, he had all 4 reagents. Returning to Mograine, he takes Light's Vengeance, and along with the blood and the Serenite, he forges it into a weapon called Shadow's Edge. For now, this will be our tool for harvesting souls, and we'll slowly empower it to transform it into Shadowmourne. It's an actual usable weapon, as you can see, and quite good at the time. In its original state, it had some strength, stamina, some red sockets, some critical strike, and armor penetration, which is a stat that they removed a long time ago. This would be equivalent to 25-man raiding loot at the time, and you needed to have it equipped for the rest of the chain to complete it. Mograine warns you of the weapon's power over you, and that you must not let it take control, and if you fail, it's his duty to deliver you from this life. For the next quest, you're tasked with consuming the souls of 50 of the Lich King's minions within the raid. This was originally a staggering 1,000, and it was only changed later for convenience sake for people returning to the expansion. This is done by just killing enemies here with Shadow's Edge equipped, so originally it took many raids to knock out. At this point, the Lich King will start taunting you and trying to get you to succumb to the will of Shadow's Edge. Here are some of the audio clips that you will hear.
Take them, mortal. These souls will again be mine. Soon, mortal, you too shall have a blade for a prison. Remember, hero, I too once sought a weapon of great power.
Once you successfully harvest all 50 souls, you're led into the first real challenging part of the quest chain, and that's Unholy Infusion. Shadowmourne requires the power of 3 elements: blood, frost, and unholy. These powers lay dormant, and we need to infuse this weapon with all 3 to bring it to its full potential. For the unholy empowerment, we have to venture deep into the Plague Wing and defeat the 3rd and final boss there, Professor Putricide. During the fight, the person on the quest line had to have Shadow's Edge equipped and click the table to transform into an abomination. You would then have to go over these puddles of green slime that grow throughout the room and absorb them, and when you did that enough, you would be able to infuse the power into Shadow's Edge. Your transformation would wear off, and you would then have to successfully kill the boss. You needed this abomination for the fight, so this was like doing a hard mode, and it required a lot of coordination with your guild. Doing it today is pretty trivial. The only obstacle is if you're solo, the boss despawns once you transform, so the only way to get around this is to be a death knight with a pet, or just have a friend with you. But with this, that was the first element properly infused. The next step was the dreaded blood infusion. Similar to Unholy, you had to complete this on the final boss of the Bloodline. This time, it's the Blood Queen Lanathel. She has a mechanic where she bites a player at random, and after 1 minute, that player turns into a vampire and attacks the raid unless he satiates himself by biting another player, infecting them with the same debuff. For this quest, you need to bite 3 raid members total, and then kill the Blood Queen. This was easier said than done though, since for each person you bite, you take a stacking damage over time effect, and at 3 stacks, it required a couple of healers dedicated to keeping the wielder of Shadow's Edge alive and healthy. Note that for any of these quests, if the wielder died, you failed, so once again, lots of coordination was required, and it was really a team effort to get through it. But with this, there's just one element left, and that's Frost. You needed to face the final boss of the Frostwing, Sindragosa, and get hit by your Frost Breath 3 times while wielding Shadow's Edge. Again, another hard mode here, as only the tanks were supposed to get hit by her breath, so you had to have some more healers at the ready, dedicated to the wielder, to keep him or her alive throughout the fight.
I'm out of range.
And, just like the other parts of the chain, this all had to be done on the 25-man version of the raid. As challenging as all of this was, it got even harder with the next step, which was the Splintered Throne quest. This was easily the most time-consuming part of the chain, because you had to collect 50 of an item called a Shadowfrost Shard. When Kil'jaeden turned Ner'zhul into the Lich King, he created an icy vessel which kept his spirit under control, and Arthas eventually broke this prison, and these shards were shattered across the Citadel, and are now held by the Lich King's lieutenants. Only 1 shard dropped per boss, so if you had 2 Shadow's Edge wielders in your raid, you'd have to think of a way to divvy out the shards. For the sake of progression, most guilds just focused on one person first, and once they finished their quest, they'd move on to the next, rather than splitting the shards evenly or doing a random roll. So, this stage in general took a very long time. Since there are 12 bosses in the raid, it could be as low as 5 weeks if you were extremely lucky, or it could take several months if you are unlucky. The sweet spot for most people is around 2-ish months, I'd say, with average luck. So, shard by shard, and slowly but surely, you moved closer and closer to the blade's completion. Months later, after you had collected 50 of them, you returned to Mograine, and he offered you the quest Empowerment. He takes the shards and Shadow's Edge from you to a nearby forge, and with a small explosion of power, Shadowmourne is born.
Where most would falter, you have overcome. You have withstood the torment of the Lich King himself, and now Shadowmourne is yours. Go now. Wield this mighty weapon, and direct the countless living souls that empower it. Go now, and defeat the Prince of Darkness.
The weapon, in its original form, had a slow 3.7 speed, a whopping 344 damage per second, a hefty amount of strength, stamina, critical strike, armor penetration, and 3 sockets which held any gem of any color, back when gems had certain colors and you got bonuses if you matched them properly. Very similar to Shadow's Edge, but just with more stats. And since this weapon is basically the epitome of all evil, it has a soul harvesting effect, just like its sister blade. Your melee attacks have a chance to drain a soul fragment, giving you some strength, and when you acquire 10 of those, you unleash an effect called Chaos Bane, which dealt some shadow damage split between all nearby enemies. But that wasn't the end of it. Even after getting the legendary, you got a follow-up quest to kill the Lich King himself, and to loot an item called a sealed chest from his body. Returning to Mograine one final time, he unlocks the chest for you, which contains mementos of the fallen prince's past, showing that through all of his evil deeds and nature, he was never able to truly let go of who he once was. You'd return these mementos to their respective owners located inside the instance.
I can't do that.
Father.
Darian, my son. At last, I am able to lay my eyes upon you again.
Father, I feared for your sanity.
The Lich King tormented me without end, Darian. Endlessly, he sought to break my will, to force me to serve him,
Time is
to
money,
bind
friend.
me to his
Have a
blade
good one.
finally. When events demanded his full attention, he left me. The one memory I clung to, Darian, the one thought that kept me from giving up, it was your sacrifice, my son. Again saved me from eternal peril.
For you, I would give my life 1,000 times.
Oh, lad. How I miss those endless days in Lordaeron. Sharpening your skill with this dull blade. Forging you into a weapon meant to withstand the demands of a great destiny. You sure put them skills to use, didn't you, lad? If only I'd been able to stop when I knew that yet. How difficult it would be. Only I've never discovered our household blade. Very dangerous.
Arthas. Alas, hero of Azeroth, you give me a greater gift than you know. Long have I struggled to forgive the prince for his terrible transgressions. My soul has been racked with unbearable anxiety, dark thoughts, distancing me from the light. I recall clearly the gleam of pride in his eye as he stood before me, eager to defeat the enemies of the light. Eager to defend his people, no matter the cost. It is this memory of Arthas that I choose to keep in my heart. I shall always be in your debt, friend. Thank you.
So, it is done. I had not dared to trust my senses. Too many times has the Lich King made me to be a fool. Finally, he has been made to pay for the atrocities he imposed upon my people. May Azeroth never fail to remember the horrible price we paid for our weakness, for our pride. But what now, hero? What of those freed from his grasp, but still shackled to their mortal coils? Leave me. I have much to ponder.
What's this? He kept it. All this time, he kept it. I knew. I sensed a part of him still alive, trapped, struggling. Oh, Arthas. Perhaps he might someday remember what he once was. By the light, may he at last find rest, free from the icy grip of that terrible blade.
rewards for all of this. You got a mount called the Crimson Death Charger, the epic quality Tabard of the Silver Hand, a toy that turns you into a Frost Dwarf, a locket that teleports you to Dalaran, and a music box which summons some banshees who sing you a song. You can choose to keep all of this yourself or sell them on the auction house since they're not soul-bound. They fetch a pretty penny, so it's actually an interesting way to farm some gold. And that's the Shadowmourne quest line in its entirety. Needless to say, this legendary was quite powerful, dwarving every other weapon in the game by far. If you saw someone wielding it in arenas, you were in for some pain. That's all I can remember. It was the first expansion where they started giving out legendaries with long quest chains like this, rather than just lucky drops like with Vanilla and the Burning Crusade. The only exception I can think of is Thunder Fury, which technically had a quest, but to start it, you had to get very lucky and get not only one, but 2 legendary drops. And even still, the quest was just 2 parts long. With Wrath, they switched to a more consistent style with these shards that you had to collect slowly over time, and also introducing challenges of both solo and group content, as well as reagent collecting. This style would continue until Legion, where they went back to the random drop system, which a lot of people didn't like. The weapon was iconic enough to warrant its own trading card in the official TCG game. As you can see, it gains power from fallen allies, playing into that old soul harvesting shtick. As I said, still obtainable today, and while it doesn't have any actual use in current day content, it has an interesting story tied to it, and those items you get from the final part net you quite a bit of gold, as I said. You can actually get some use out of it though in time walking dungeons, since those scale you down anyways. Only in the Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King events though, since they're of course 70 and 80. So, kind of a neat way to put some use to it. But with that, I'll leave you here. One of the most legendary weapons from one of the most legendary quest lines from one of the most legendary expansions ever made. But, as you know,
No king rules forever, my son.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video. See you again soon.
Hey guys, the latest poll has concluded and the winner is the Azeroth Arsenal Atiesh, so that's what we'll be doing today. Atiesh is to casters as the Ashbringer is to paladins. It's the ultimate caster weapon, firmly etched into Warcraft's mythology and lore. It's made appearances in the books, the movie, and of course World of Warcraft itself. Wielded by iconic characters such as Egwene, the Last Guardian Medivh, and Khadgar, it's the weapon of choice for the Guardians of Tirisfal. Its appearance is pretty simple, at least in comparison to the other vanilla legendaries. It's a long wooden weapon reinforced with arcane magic and stylized with a raven carved into the head, the symbol of the Guardians. Not only does it serve as a conduit of power for its wielder, but it's also capable of opening a portal to Karazhan, the former home of the Last Guardian, and even allowing transformation into the form of a raven for transportation. It holds incredible power, but only the strongest can bring out its full potential. After Medivh's corruption and death, the weapon was cursed and passed around to various members of the Kirin Tor, who were the mages of Dalaran. However, anyone who wielded it died shortly after. In light of this, and with the line of guardians coming to a close, the Kirin Tor judged the weapon to be unwieldable and locked it away behind barriers of magic in their city of Dalaran. And on top of this, since it was such a powerful artifact, a guardian would also keep a watchful eye over it and protect it from any would-be thieves. It laid there for many years until the Eridar Demon Lord Archimonde attacked the city. A failsafe triggered with the barrier guarding Atiesh, and the staff was shattered into many pieces and spread throughout the land. The shards, 40 in total, were collected by the Scourge. The archaeologist Bran Bronzebeard found the base, which he then lost to the old god Cthulhu when he was exploring the Temple of Ahn'Qiraj. Way to go, Bran! And Kel'Thuzad, the Lich Lord and commander of Naxxramas, held the Ravenhead of the staff. Which brings us to World of Warcraft. This weapon was obtainable by players with the original Naxxramas, which was released in patch 1.11 and removed in patch 3.0.2 in light of its remake in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. It was the first caster legendary in the game, and the first legendary to be obtained through consistent and hard work, rather than just a lucky drop like the other vanilla legendaries such as Thunder Fury and the Hand of Ragnaros. As mentioned, it all started with the Naxxramas raid. This was the final raid for Classic World of Warcraft, and was appropriately the toughest out of all of them. Nearly every boss was an extreme challenge, and with AQ40 being the previous raid, it was like the 1-2 death punch to raiding guilds back then. Very few cleared it before the release of the Burning Crusade expansion. Part of this was due to the expansion being announced so quickly after the raid released. Everyone knew that any gear they got would quickly be replaced in their journey from 60 to 70, so there was very little motivation to trudge through this raid, let alone complete a legendary staff. So, only the most dedicated and skilled would clear through all of it, and even fewer would see Atiesh completed before the release of the Burning Crusade. But, as hard as it was to complete, it was also pretty straightforward. As mentioned before, the Scourge captured the fragments of Atiesh after its destruction in Dalaran. They ended up in the hands of actual bosses in the raid, and each one had a chance to drop a legendary item called the Splinter of Atiesh. Reading the tooltip, you saw that if you combined 40 of these, you could reform the frame of Atiesh. Only one person could loot these at once, so guilds had to somehow pick just one lucky raider to receive the legendary staff. This was done by the old DKP system, veteran status, rank status. No matter what though, you can bet that there was a lot of drama to be found since it was such a highly sought after weapon. The lucky classes that could end up using it were the Druid, the Priest, Warlock, and of course the Mage. So you raided and raided and raided, and once you had all 40 shards, just as promised, you form a legendary item called the Frame of Atiesh, which is actually a quest starter. Clicking on it would give you a quest that sends you to Anachronos. You may remember him as the main quest giver for the Scepter of the Shifting Sands questline. You could find him outside of the then closed Caverns of Time, and before you could talk to him, you had to be neutral with the Brood of Nozdormu faction. You typically had this if you were actively raiding AQ40 though, so it wasn't too bad. The only tricky part was that the quest didn't actually mention Anachronos. It just said go find someone who can cleanse the frame. And with no quest markers, it was no easy feat. This was back in the day where a lot of the quests were just go find this guy, so it either took a lot of scouring, word of mouth, or thoughtbot. But either on your own or with the help of the internet, you eventually tracked him down. He remarks that the staff still holds great evil, but to cleanse it, we must first fully assemble it. It gives you a pretty simple follow-up quest. obtain the base of Atiesh from the final boss in the AQ40 raid, Cthulhu, and the head from the final boss of the next Ramus raid, Kel'Thuzad. You know, the typical quest. So, like I said, really straightforward, but still really difficult. I won't go on with how tough this was, but I will note that even though it was one tier behind, AQ40 was still very difficult. In fact, when it was first released, Cthulhu was thought to be mathematically impossible to beat, even with the best gear and perfect execution, and in fact was only killed after a big nerf. The only upside was that it was at least a 100% drop as long as you had the quest, and it would also drop for multiple quest bearers. So, a challenge that only the best could complete, and if they were successful, there's just one more step: cleanse the staff. It's still the epitome of all evil, and it will destroy its wielder, so the next step was to head to the Stratholme dungeon with 4 party members to purify it. Near the undead side, next to a fountain, you could find a patch of consecrated earth. The quest holder would have to stand atop this spot and perform a short ritual, and at the end, a demon named Atiesh would spawn. This was the evil that's been inhabiting this staff for all of these years at the behest of Sargeras himself. You'd have to take it down to finally cleanse the staff once and for all. It was a pretty tough fight with just 5 people. The demon itself dual-wielded a legendary. He had dual swords called Adonisis, the Reaper of Souls. If a player disarmed the demon during the fight, you would actually drop it on the ground, and you'd be able to wield it against him. It had an item level of 100 and some crazy attack power, but it was a conjured item and was only usable inside of Stratholme. Unfortunately, it disappeared once you exited the dungeon. If you were successful, you returned to Anachronos, and he gave you the cleansed Atiesh as a reward. Each class got a slightly different version, but in general, it had tons of spell power, stamina, intellect, spirit, hit or crit chance, and an aura that buffed your party members, which was pretty unique at the time. And you could also open a portal to Karazhan in the Deadwind Pass that you and your party members could use, although there really wasn't a reason to be here until the Burning Crusade expansion when the raid actually released. A little fun fact though is that if you entered the Burning Crusade Karazhan and you walked up to the Shade of Varan boss with Atiesh equipped, you got some extra dialogue. They revisited this in the Legion remake as well with the Shade of Medivh fight. The only thing it's missing is the Raven form. Maybe they didn't want to steal the Druid's thunder. As I mentioned, this was obtainable all the way until patch 3.0.1 in Wrath when the raid was remade, and anyone who obtained it before then also got themselves a feat of strength to show off. And similar to the other weapons in this series, it also has a card dedicated to it in the official trading card game. Appropriately, only the Druid, Priest, Warlock, and Mage classes could use it. As I mentioned, it also appeared in the Warcraft movie. They ended up having an auction for all of the props, and this one sold for nearly $5,000. Let's hope it was cleansed first. And today, lore-wise, it's in the hands of the Archmage Khadgar, so it gets a little awkward if a player wielder interacts with them. Very few survive today, as you would imagine, so if you see one out in the wild, make sure you press F to pay respects. Well, that's about it. Kind of a Azeroth Arsenal series. Yeah, the series does still exist. Sorry it's been a while. Usually for these, I like to show off the best of the best weapons, ones that have been firmly established in the lore as these mythical items wielded by only the most powerful figures. But in this one, we're going to go to the opposite end of the spectrum. We'll cover the biggest disappointments, items that if other players saw that you have equipped, they would shake their heads and laugh. This particular grouping will be from classic World of Warcraft because, well, as much as I tout vanilla, the itemization was all over the place. It was the growing stages still, and there was a lot of experimentation. Some were great successes, and others great failures. What better way than to start off with Vendor Strike? This was a polearm type weapon found in the first raid, the Molten Core, specifically from the Sulfur and Harbinger boss. It's quite the unique case too, because it's a 2-for-1. You looted the base as Shadow Strike, but if you used it, it would transform into a new weapon entirely, which is Thunder Strike. Let me put you in the moment. This was the very beginning of raiding back then. No one knew what they were doing, and these raids were mad scrambles for the mythical purple quality items. Coming from dungeons, even a full set of blues was a status symbol for a good while there. So how could a purple, let alone a purple weapon, possibly be bad? Well, for a few reasons. First is due to the weapon speed. Both versions have a speed of 3.10, which is quite fast for the time. Back then, when we had variable weapon speeds, the slower the better, since your ability damage would increase the higher the damage range the weapon had. It also had a lower than usual DPS than other weapons in the raid. A direct comparison of an actually good two-hander is the Obsidian Edged Blade, which had a slower speed, great stats, and about 5 more DPS, which is pretty big. Point 2 is the fact that there are no stats. Even if a weapon has a fast speed, they can sometimes be handy for hunters just to use for the stats, but both effects are damage procs, and pretty unimpressive ones at that, with Shadow Strike having a lifesteal, and Thunder Strike having a chain lightning effect. And lastly, it's simply because they're polearms, one of the least used weapon types in the game at that point. Only a few classes could even wield it, and as you may know, these were still the days of weapon skills. You had to level each one manually, and since there were so few polearms in the game, most people had a low skill in wielding them anyways. So, because of all of this, players were eventually able to look past its shiny color, and it became the black sheep of weapons in vanilla. Shadow Strike, Thunder Strike. People preferred Vendor Strike or Nexus Strike, referring to the material enchanters get when disenchanting it. Rest assured, if you were walking around with this back then, you'd be on the receiving end of quite a few derisive remarks. Looking past that though, I do look to it quite fondly, solely due to its uniqueness. How many items were there that transformed upon use? Off the top of my head, there's just Anathema and Benediction, which were the pre-staves. So, although it sucked, it did have that redeeming quality of being unique and interesting, I thought. Something that just plain sucked, though, was the Lion Horn of Stormwind, a trinket which, when struck in combat, has a 1% chance of increasing all party members' armor by 250. An item so bad, it even has a grammar mistake in its description. I feel like I don't really need to explain just why this is so horrible, but I'll do it anyways. At the maximum level, 250 armor is nothing, let alone a 1% chance to proc it. It's about a 1% difference at the max level if it's up. Armor is something that scales with level, but since it requires a laughable level 58 to equip, it doesn't matter anyways. The party member bonus can be effectively ignored because only the tank should be getting hit with physical attacks anyways, and if that's not the case, a 1% chance at 250 isn't gonna help you. But wait, we've overlooked something all these years. Can you see what we missed? That's right, it's not unique, so slap 2 of these bad boys on, and you'll be the horniest player in the game. Next, we have another trinket, which is the essence of the pure flame. At this point, I'd like to remark just how few viable trinkets there were in the game. It seemed like per class, you could count on one hand the ones that were even decent, so for a trinket to make this list, it has to be pretty bad. This one, as you can see, has just one effect. When struck in combat, inflicts 13 fire damage to the attacker. Another item so bad, it even got a nickname, often called the Essence of the Pure Nexus. In the group scene, if you're a tank, your main focus is reducing damage taken, not dealing it out, and even still, 13 per hit is nothing. The only thing I can say is that there were some sets designed for stacking thorns for power leveling other people in dungeons. Shoutouts to the Hobbs way of pulling. So I can't say this is entirely useless, just mostly useless. Next though, we have something that really is useless. It's not an actual item, so it may be considered cheating, but something that used to happen back in the day was that Shaman set pieces could drop for the Alliance, and Paladin pieces could drop for the Horde. Remember, it wasn't until the Burning Crusade that both factions could roll both classes, so there's not even an argument here. These items would literally be useless if they dropped for the wrong faction. It's kind of hard to believe, stuff like that would never pass today, but it actually happened. Like I said, vanilla itemization was interesting to say the least. It was eventually fixed, but the same problem arose with other pieces. There were plenty of plate items that had intellect or caster-based stats, something that's also useless for the Horde. On the Aligned side, you could get Shaman-oriented gear with intellect mail armor, but Paladins could still equip that without a big penalty. It wasn't a huge deal back in the day for classes to wear the wrong armor type just because they had good stats. In fact, you'd see plenty of Paladins walking around in cloth gear. In that old Leroy Jenkins video, they were trying to get the priest shoulders for a Paladin, in fact. So, these items, as useless as they are, at least aren't harmful to anyone but yourself. Who cares if that warrior is rocking Vendor Strike? Bless his heart, he's having fun. There were some items that went beyond that though. One of them is the Skullforge Reaver. At first glance, this isn't horrible. A nice weapon for an introduction to raiding. It's blue, a slower weapon speed, which is good for your main hand, and best of all, it looks cool. It has a purple glow to it, and if you sheath it, it went on your back, which was a pretty unique thing back then. It had a whole ninja thing going on if you had two equipped, which definitely gave it some points, but the main worry here is its proc effect. Chance on hit drains the target for 2 shadow damage every second, leeches that to the wielder, and lasts for 30 seconds. Well, first off, this just plain sucks. You'd much rather have some stats instead, and it's not to say that proc-based effects were bad back then. There's some great ones, but 60 life over 30 seconds just wasn't the best. But the worst part is that it took up a debuff slot. Back then, debuffs were limited to 8 slots until patch 1.7, where it was increased to 16 total. All 40 of your members shared these slots, and you had to sort of ration them for only the most important debuffs, like the Warrior's Sunder Armor, the Warlock's Curse of Elements, and so on. It was so bad that some guilds required you to even avoid certain talent builds. The Warrior's Deep Wounds, which procs on crits, is a useful talent for solo play or PvP, but in raiding, it takes up a valuable slot. So certainly, you wouldn't want a weapon like this taking up one, and you'd probably have a talking to if you brought it into a raid. I know because I did it back then. I brought the very same weapon into my first Molten Core raid on my rogue, and the first thing they told me was to replace it after the raid. Hey, come on, the ninja factor was just too cool to pass up. Give me a break here. Next, we have the Flightblade Throwing Axe, which you could find off the Warmaster Voon boss in the Blackrock Spire raid. Before the Burning Crusade expansion, one of your options for ranged damage were throwing weapons. These could be throwing daggers or axes, as you can see, and for the most part, they were useless because as a hunter, you couldn't use abilities with them, of course, and as a rogue or a warrior, you'd much rather have a normal ranged weapon in your range slot for the stats. And also because you could never exhaust those. These throwing weapons had a certain amount of charges on them, and when you exhausted them, they were gone forever. I think the only thing you could say is that these were faster than the normal ranged weapons, so maybe slightly more convenient for pulling, but other than that, having this drop off of the boss was the equivalent of getting socks for Christmas. And lastly, we have the Spire of the Stone Shaper. First off, another weapon that's quite unique, but also quite worthless. Even worse actually, because it can get you killed. Quite easily in fact. On use, increase your armor by 1000 for 10 seconds, but you can't cast spells or attack during the duration of the spell. It's bad. Next item. Okay, I guess I should at least explain why this is bad. Well, first, let's look at the targeted clientele. Tanking druids would be the most reasonable choice, I think, but something you gotta understand with classic tanking is that threat was actually really hard to get. It's one of the reasons why warriors were the best tanks. It's because they had a huge arsenal of taunts and threat generators at their disposal. Druids, on the other hand, along with paladins, found it much harder to hold aggro on everything other than single target. So, basically pacifying yourself for 10 seconds is like the last thing you want as a tank. The armor doesn't matter if nothing's hitting you. And that's not even just for tanks. Can you think for any staff-wielding class why you'd want to basically stun yourself for 10 seconds for a little added physical defense? I can't. And worst of all, when you use it, it's a debuff, so you just can't click it off. I mean, I think it's appropriate since it does more harm than good, but still, that's pretty hardcore. So, for all intents and purposes, let's just call this one the Spire of the Group Wiper. Alright, I think that's pretty good for this one. I do have more, but... Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another episode of Time Warp. This is a series where I talk about features or things that were removed from the game for one reason or another, and in this video, I want to talk about the original Naxxramas 40-man raid from vanilla. This was the least seen raid in the game because it was removed and re-released when the Wrath of the Lich King expansion came out. It had some very unique and interesting items, and to this day, people still search for ways to somehow access it. So, in this video, I'll talk about the pre-release Scourge Invasion event, the attuning process, and of course the actual raid and reminisce a bit. So, let's first talk about the events leading up to it. Not counting Onyxia or any of the 20-man raids, this was the fourth major raid of vanilla. We initially had the Molten Core at release, the Blackwing Lair after that, and then the Temple of Ankh-Kiraj. By the time the temple rolled around, they were doing special launch events tied to the raids. For AQ40, both the Horde and Alliance had to work together and gather supplies to open the gates. And when they did, a huge event launched in the Silithus zone. The equivalent for the Naxxramas raid was the Scourge Invasion event, but instead of being tied to a single zone, this event was spread out to 6 separate high-level zones. The Burning Steppes, the Blasted Lands, Tenaris, Ashara, Winterspring, and the Eastern Plague Lands. These zones would have giant structures called necropoli assaulting the area, and your goal was to fight them off. An undead horde would be directly under them, guarding something called a necrotic shard. You would kill these undead to weaken the shard until some acolytes came down to heal it. If you used some necrotic runes, a special item tied to this event, it would summon a giant level 70 elite wraith. Killing it would destroy the shard and award you with the Argent Dawn rep, more necrotic runes, and a chance to get a piece of armor from a special undead slaying set tied to this event. These were blue sets that gave you some bonuses against undead mobs. Visually, they didn't look too impressive though. There were 3 shards per necropolis, and destroying them would take down the necropolis as well, and temporarily end the invasion for that zone. So, it was mainly an event for max levels only. Lower levels did get to see the occasional undead pop up in the major cities, Stormwood for Alliance and Undercity for Horde, but for the most part, it was tuned for level 60s. But the main highlight of this whole event was of course Naxxramas. This was the home of the Lich, Kel'Thuzad, who already made his mark in other areas of the world at this point. He used to be a mage of the Kirin Tor, but at some point he fell under the influence of the Lich King and he founded the Cult of the Damned, a group everyone was familiar with in vanilla. They were all over the world, but their main hub was Scholomance, which was founded by Kel'Thuzad to recruit members into the cult. And the whole goal of the Naxxramas raid was to take out their founder. To get in, however, you had to pay a pretty hefty price, This was back when you had to attune or key for everything in the game. Luckily, this raid wasn't too bad though. You had to be at least honored with the Argent Dawn, a task which was made pretty easy with the whole Scourge Invasion thing. And, depending on your reputation level, you just paid for entry like an amusement park. Now, I know you need to defeat this Lich Lord to save Azeroth, but we're gonna need a little cash first before we let you do that. At Honored level, you had to give 60 gold, 5 Arcane Crystals, 2 Nexus Crystals, and 1 Righteous Orb. At Revered, the gold cost was halved to 30, you gave 2 Arcane Crystals and 1 Nexus Crystal. And at Exalted, I guess they trust you enough to save the world by giving you a freebie. But anyways, once you were attuned, you could finally enter the raid. It was located in the Eastern Plagueland Zone, and to enter it, you went into a structure located directly below the Necropolis to get teleported up. Some of you may know that the original planned way to enter it was through the Stratholme dungeon. There's a gate next to Baron Rivender's building, and through it laid Naxxramas. Blizzard, rightfully so, saw this as a bad idea though, because it wouldn't be very fun to run 8 groups of 5 people through the dungeon every time you wanted to raid. So, they just went with the Eastern Plaguelands route instead. There were similar systems for the Molten Core and Blackwing Lair though. You could gain access to the Molten Core raid through the Blackrock Depths, and the Blackwing Lair through the Blackrock Spire. And that made sense because it showed their actual physical locations. Of course, having the teleport option made things much more convenient though, and it was the preferred way to get there. Anyways, back on subject, Naxxramas. Just like the Wrath of the Lich King release, this raid had a whopping 15 bosses total, spread out across 5 wings. Back then, it was the Abomination Wing, and the Death Knight, Spider, and Plague Wings. Once you cleared every single boss in all of those wings, you gained access to the Frostworm Lair, which held the 2 final bosses, Saffron and Kel'Thuzad. The difficulty jump was quite extreme. The tuning back then was still in its early stages, and you would have bosses that were actually mathematically impossible to beat, even assuming the best gear and perfect performance from every single player in a 40-man raid. Like Cthulhu, the final boss from AQ40 for example, until he was patched at least. And Naxxramas was of course even a step up from that. With AQ40 at least, for some of the initial bosses, you could get away with some members having Molten Core gear, but for Naxxramas, you had to have each and every member decked out mainly in AQ40 gear with some pieces from Blackwing Lair. And every member had to be on top of their game. This raid finally introduced the Tier 3 armor sets, which were long overdue. The Blackwing Lair had Tier 2, and that was released nearly a year before Naxxramas. AQ40 had mini sets called Tier 2.5, but they weren't really true tier sets. They all looked quite nice, but it was still during the vanilla times to where they weren't really friendly to the unconventional specs at the time. For example, the warrior set was for tanking, so if you were a DPS warrior, you still had to look for offset pieces for your gear. There were a couple of interesting items found in this raid. You had the new legendary items for casters, Atiesh, and the awesome Corrupted Ashbringer. These items have some interesting stories behind them, but it's a subject I've covered several times recently. If you're curious, I'll have a link in the description. Sorry to send you to 2 videos here, but I have covered them pretty thoroughly already. Now, it's pretty fuzzy for me since it's been like 10 years, but I think the easiest wing was the Spider Wing. This had the Anubricon, Grand Widow Fairlena, and the Makesna bosses, and it was generally the wing that most guilds went for first, including mine. I remember the Anubricon fight had a bug to where he would knock the tanks up into the air, and he would evade to full health, which was supremely frustrating. Like I said, the tuning was still in its infancy. But after that, I think most guilds went for any of the first bosses in the other wings. Resuvius for Death Knight, Noth for Plague Wing, and, if they had enough damage, Patchwork for the Abomination Wing. From then on, you really had to buckle up and bring your A game because each of these fights required it. My guild was number 2 on Alliance for my server, and we only got 6 or so bosses in before we hung it up and took a break for the Burning Crusade. The raid was released on June 20th, 2006, and the world first Kel'Thuzad kill was about 2.5 months after that by the guild Nihilum on the Magtheridon server. The US came a day later with the guild Risen on the Illyria server. Good job, guys. One of the reasons that this raid was difficult though, aside from the extreme difficulty obviously, was the timing. The next expansion, the Burning Crusade, had already been announced at this point, and it was common knowledge that the level cap would be increased, and therefore any raid gear would get replaced pretty quickly. This put a huge roadblock in front of most raiding guilds at the time, and it really killed the motivation during the Naxxramas tier specifically. You gotta remember that a lot of guilds were still working on AQ40 when Naxxramas was released, since that raid was quite difficult as well. In fact, I'd say that the majority of the guilds didn't even start it until a couple months after the initial release date. The release date for the Burning Crusade was announced on the 28th of October, which was pretty much the kill shot for most guilds. The expansion was to be released in January of next year, 2007, so many people just hung it up, took a breather, and waited to start their journey to level 70 in the Outland. So, it was because of all of this that the raid was re-released in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion 2 years later. Blizzard said that the raid didn't really get the attention it deserved, so it became the first raid tier for World of Warcraft's second expansion. But along with that, it didn't really make sense to keep the original Naxxramas in the game, so it was removed. The new Naxxramas had basically the same fights with just a few alterations. The biggest one was that they were easier. But aside from this reduced difficulty, you also had a cameo appearance from the Lich King himself to tie the story into the expansion. And the old Tier 3 models were updated to keep up with the visuals. And items such as Atish and the Corrupted Ashbringer were removed entirely, making them very rare collector's items these days. So, that's the old Naxxramas in a nutshell. It's probably up there on the list of the hardest raids of all time if you measure that by the amount of times it was cleared during the current raid tier. A very cool and interesting raid overall, and it's a shame that it wasn't seen by a lot of people during its original form. Since its removal, there's been a huge demand to bring it back though, since people want the old Tier 3 models and items such as the Corrupted Ashbringer and Atish. But from all Blizzard posts, supposedly it doesn't exist anymore, as the raid was overwritten, so to speak, by the Wrath of the Lich King version. There was speculation that you could access it pre-Cataclysm. People say that they just moved the necropolis under the ground, and if you use some TOS unfriendly tools, you could still reach it. However, when Cataclysm released, the old world was of course revamped, and they finally removed the hidden necropolis. Despite all of this, people still search for it even to this day, and it's considered to be the holy grail for all of the explorers out there. Personally though, I think Blizzard is telling the truth and it doesn't exist anymore. So, that's about it. That's all I can think of to talk about regarding this classic raid. I hope you enjoyed the nostalgia trip if you played WoW back then, or you learned some interesting things if you just picked up the game after the fact. I hope you found the video interesting, like it if you liked it, and I'll see you in the next episode of Time Warp. Peace. Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, and I'm finally back with another episode of Time Warp. This is a series where I go over features or things that used to be in the game, but were removed or changed for one reason or another. For this one, I wanted to cover the old Paladin and Warlock mount quest chains that were removed in the Cataclysm. That's right, yet another thing that was removed with that expansion. It definitely gave me a lot of material for this series, that's for sure. Now, there are of course two different mounts for both of these classes. Originally, it was the level 40 versions and the level 60 beefed up versions. For the level 40 ones, you just did a quick turning quest to learn how to summon the mount. For Warlocks, it was the Felsteed, which you learned from an NPC in Ratchet, and for Paladins, it was the Warhorse, which you got from an NPC in Stormwind. And from these quests, you also got the Apprentice riding skill trained, which allows you to ride 60% speed ground mounts. So, because they were quest rewards, they were free, which was a big deal back then. In the early days, not counting reputation or honor discounts, the level 40 training used to cost 10 gold and the mount 100 gold. And for level 60, it was 100 gold for the training and 1000 for the mount. This was later changed to where the prices were reversed. The training was switched to 100 and 1000, and the mount to 10 and 100. Most people didn't have 100 gold at level 40, or 1100 at 60, and they would have to save up for quite a while. It wasn't uncommon for people to be mountless until the 50s, or seeing level 60s riding the 60% speed mounts for several months. So, just being these two classes gave you a pretty big advantage, and was actually a pretty controversial thing at the time. You'd have forum posts saying that it's unfair, and that it's preferential treatment, that it's an unacceptable slap in the face, and so on. I never understood that, and that totally had nothing to do with the fact that my first 60 was a Paladin. Nothing at all. But while it was true for the level 40 versions, it actually wasn't entirely true for the level 60 versions, and that's because, as you'll see, the questlines for the level 60 versions were quite extensive, and they also required expensive items or just straight up gold costs to complete, far from free, which is what most people thought. Anyways, let's get into it, starting with the Paladin one, since this is the one I actually did in vanilla. This one gave the awesome Charger mount. It was the same for both races, both humans and dwarves got the same mount. And later, when the Blood Elves were released, they got a red version, which I'll talk about later. It all started from the Paladin class trainer in Stormwind, Lord Grayson Shadowbreaker. The first quest requires you to travel to Ironforge and talk to an NPC called High Priest Rohan and give him 150 of your own gold in exchange for an item called the Exorcism Censer. Once again, a substantial amount of money back then, and if you completed this part, you were invested in the chain and pretty much had to complete it unless you wanted to essentially waste 150 gold. The next quest sent you to the Terrordale area of the Eastern Plaguelands, a high-end level 60 zone, and it required you to exercise 25 spirits there. It was quite lengthy, but soloable. Now that you'd proven yourself worthy, your next task was to secure some armor for your mount. You were sent to the blacksmith, Grimand Elmore. Now, if you thought 150 gold was rough, you haven't seen anything yet. This guy wanted not just 150 gold, but 6 Arcanite bars, 10 herbs called Arthas's Tears, 40 runecloth, and 5 Strathholm holy waters. This was when most paladins realized that the rumors of the free level 60 mount weren't really true. So, that's 300 raw gold total so far, and the Arcanite bars in particular were very pricey because they were locked behind a daily alchemy transmute. And they were used in many high-end crafted gears, so they were in high demand and therefore expensive. The herbs and runecloth weren't too bad, and the holy water you got from little crates in the Strathholm dungeon. So, this was the first part that required a full party to complete, and everyone competed for these crates, so you had to let your party know that you needed 5 holy waters for the quest, or you might come out empty. So, now that you have the armor, you just need the horse. Shadowbreaker tells you of an ancient equine spirit located in the Diremal instance, another level 60 dungeon, and he also says that you need special feed for it. For the feed, you have to talk to a special NPC in the South Shore zone way up north. She made the feed for you if you gave her 50 gold and 20 enriched mana biscuits. You got these from an Argent Dawn quartermaster for about 2 gold and some change. So, that's 350-ish raw gold so far, on top of those trade materials. As for the horse spirit, as I said, you needed to head into the Diremal instance, so once again, another 5-man escapade. Now, this did require a key to get in, but I need a break from talking about those, so I'll just let you use your imagination there. You needed to kill the Tendrous Warpwood boss in Diremal West. He was the first boss, so it wasn't too bad, but Diremal was a giant maze if I remember correctly, so it actually was kind of bad. But after killing the boss, you'd notice a horse spirit would spawn. Since the quest is now removed, this just mystifies everyone these days, but if you were on the quest, you would have to catch the horse and feed it that special mana feed you got earlier. It allows you to place the barding upon its back, and it's blessed by the spirit, but you're not done yet. The censer you were using earlier must be converted into a scryer to be used in the cleansing ritual later, and to convert it into a scryer, you gotta pay up. It required an Azerothian diamond and a pristine black diamond. You got the Azerothian diamond from thorium veins, fairly expensive but not too bad, but the pristine black diamond was another story. This was a very rare drop from elite dungeon enemies, the Blackrock Depths, Spire, Strathholm, etc. It was very expensive as I recall, hundreds of gold. So, at this point, you were pretty much nearing the cost of 1,000 gold that everyone had to pay anyways, unless you farmed all of this yourself, which was possible, but very tough. But now that you have the scryer, there's just one more step. You needed to head into the basement of the Scholomance dungeon, where Rattlegore was located, and use the scryer. When you did so, it summoned waves and waves of undead enemies, and then finally a special Death Knight boss named Dark Reaver. He used to be a paladin, but was seduced by the call of the Lich King into becoming a Death Knight. He imprisoned a once noble charger, and is currently using it as his undead steed, much like Baron Rivendare. You had to defeat Dark Reaver, and loot the charger's lost soul, and then use it to finally free its spirit. And that was it. With that, you finally obtained the charger mount in all of its glory. I remember when I finally got it, I did a few laps around Ironforge in celebration. It was an epic experience, much like the Warlock's Dread Steed, so let's get into that. Now, I didn't do this one personally, so forgive me if I get some of the minor details wrong. I did help some friends get it, but I didn't have a Warlock back then, so just give me a little leeway here, and feel free to post any corrections if you have any. So, the quest for this one started from class trainers and brought you to an NPC named Morzul Bloodbringer in the Burning Steppes. He was located at the Altar of Storms, a very interesting place that holds statues that you may have seen before, and you had to do, well, warlocky stuff to get it. Blood, demons, summoning reagents, things of that nature. The first quest required you to get 30 Raging Beasts' blood. For this, you needed to go all the way to Winterspring to kill some owl beasts. Remember, this is vanilla, and the traveling for some of these quests was legendary. After completing that, you needed a special reagent called Zerathian Stardust to open a portal to another realm to summon the mount. The only problem is that this is only held by a certain Dreadlord located in Felwood. So, Bloodbringer sends you to a servant, Gorziki Wild Eyes. For the next quest, you had to buy something called a shadowy potion from him. This made you friendly with the demons of Jadenar located in Felwood, and they cost 6 gold each, so you wanted to avoid messing up. You needed to use this potion and then travel all the way through the gauntlet of demons to a dreadlord named Lord Banehollow. He tells you to go kill an orc warlock named Ulathik, and as a reward, he allows you to buy the Stardust from a servant. It was 150 gold, and you had to make sure that you had that on hand before you started all of this, or else you'd have to pay for extra shadowy potions. After you turn in the dust, a series of material quests become available. In total, you needed 2 elixirs of shadow power, 6 large brilliant shards, 25 dark iron ore, 3 black dragon scales, and 1 arcanite bar. These are used to make some summoning doodads like candles, bells, and other paraphernalia. Hey, no one ever said being a warlock was cheap. Upon completing that, you had a couple more quests to complete. You need to write a parchment that's infused with the stardust you got earlier, but the only place you can do that is the Skullomance dungeon. Wild Eyes gives you an item called the Imp in a Jar, who can create the parchment, so you have to bring it to the alchemy lab within the dungeon so it can make it. After completing that, you need to buy a few more reagents, an item called Jeevy's Jar for 150, and a black lodestone and Zerathian glyphs for 50 each. Not counting the trade materials, that's over 400 raw gold invested into this chain so far. But there was a trick. If you knew a warlock who already had those materials, you could just have him do the summoning for you. So you could save yourself some gold. Anyways, now that you have all you need to summon your steed, you just need to head to the right location now, which was the west wing of Diremall. And once again, you did need a key to get to where you needed to go. There's a boss in there named Imilthar. You have to kill him, and you'll notice a bunch of dyes in the room that were being used to imprison him. This is what we're going to use to summon the Dread Steed. Once he's dead, you use the jar, and the imp sets up all of the doodads. Waves of demons start coming at you, pretty similar to the Paladin finale. The bell, wheel, and candles the imp puts on the ground will need maintenance throughout the encounter, and requires recharging by the warlock. You needed to use that black lodestone you bought earlier on them, and doing so took a soul shard, so you also had to stock up on those before starting. You do this until 9 demonic symbols appear around the boss room. At this point, you use the Zerathian glyphs you got earlier to summon the Dread Steed, which you have to then fight. Once it reaches 50% health, a dreadlord named Lord Helnerath appears to try and stop you. You may recognize this name as a rare elite enemy on the Broken Shore in the Legion expansion, a cool little callback to this questline. From here, you have to finish off the steed and Helnerath, and if you're successful, you're done. The spirit of the Dread Steed would then spawn, and if you talked to it, you completed the quest and got the mount. And like I mentioned at this point, you can even summon in other warlocks to talk to the spirit as well, so they could get it too, which saved them some gold. So, that's it for the original Paladin and Warlock mount questlines. Really interesting stuff and quite epic back in the day. If you had these mounts, you would turn heads since, like I mentioned, 100% speed mounts were quite rare for a while there in vanilla. They weren't free like most people thought, but they were definitely cheaper. But the questlines were tough, which is a fair trade-off, I think. As I mentioned though, the Blood Elves also had their own special version called the Thalassian Charger. They were the only race on the Horde side who could be paladins, so Blizzard wanted to mirror the Alliance quest chain. The Night Lord Bloodvalor of Silvermoon City started this one, and it started off with some material quests right away. He wants you to join a special order called the Blood Knights, and to do that you need to pay tribute. You needed to bring 40 rune cloth, 10 sungrass, 6 arcanite bars, 5 dark runes, and 150 gold. Pretty pricey, but at this time the Burning Crusade was out, so gold was a little easier to come by. The next part was a solo quest that required you to kill some Scourge in the Eastern Plaguelands. Nothing too difficult there. But the part after that was a group quest because it required you to go into the elite area, Tyr's Hand. You had to get some holy water from one of the buildings there. It was soloable if you were careful with aggro, but a group definitely helped. And the follow-up required even more materials. This time an Azerothian diamond and pristine black diamond just like the Alliance side, but also a couple of items bought from a vendor. An arcane catalyst for 50 gold, and a crepuscular powder for 150. Bloodwrath prepared this into a mixture for you to use in the Alonz's chapel near the entrance to the undead side of Stratholme. You use this mixture to douse the eternal flame located inside of the chapel. The Blood Knights and Paladins are sort of at war with each other, so you did this to sort of prove your superiority to them. The Paladin inside, Aureus, will attack you once you douse the flames, so you had to defeat him. and once you did, 5 elite paladins spawned outside and attacked you. If you were able to successfully kill them, you were awarded with not only the charger, but also a special Blood Knight tabard. Definitely an interesting mirror to the Alliance side. And that's about it. Those are the old mount quests in a nutshell. They're an interesting piece of the game's history, and they were a big deal back then. Remember, this was back when most quests consisted of kill X enemies or pick up Y items, so having these long chains with gauntlet finales was pretty daunting. But that's it for this episode. I hope you found the Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another episode of Time Warp for you. This is number 10 in the series, and it's where I go over things that were removed from the game for one reason or another. Something I've been wanting to go over for a while now are a handful of unique weapons or items that have been removed from the game. These are items that didn't drop from a boss, but rather were rewards for interesting, involved, or epic quest chains. For this one, I wanted to go over a weapon so iconic that it even got its own trading card in the official TCG. And that's the High Blade, otherwise known as Quolsarar. I did cover this very briefly once before in another video, but not to the depth that I'd like, and hey, it's perfect for the Time Warp series, so I have to give it its proper due. The ability to obtain this blade was removed in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, where they re-released the Onyxia's Lair raid. Some copies were made, the burnished and gleaming Quolsarars, but the original and the quest to obtain it were lost forever. So, what is this blade and why is it so special? I guess the best way to describe it is to read the official excerpt from the game itself. In ages past, well before the War of the Ancients, there existed this blade. The blade itself had to be crafted in ceremony with the Children of the Aspects. A rare occurrence indeed, for not only would a dragon have to willingly heat and mold the enchanted metal with their breath, they would also need to contain the fury of their own enchantment by using their blood. The blade's compendium of dragon slaying. It wasn't soulbound, so you could also just buy it off of the auction house, if you had the gold that is. The book itself is actually an Easter egg, and refers to a developer's time with another MMO, EverQuest. It was restricted to 2 classes, the warrior and paladin, and upon use, you would get a quest to find someone who can interpret the tome for you. You would find such a person located inside the Dire Maul instance itself, more specifically, the library. An NPC named Lorekeeper Lydros thanks you for returning the tome, and suggests that a reward is in order, although it will require, quote, enormous effort to obtain. He would go on to explain the history behind the blade like I went over earlier, and hands you a seemingly ordinary blade, unfired, unheated, and untreated. This would later become Quel'Serrar. So, as I explained earlier, the blades were created by the dragon aspects. They used their fire to heat them, and their blood to temper them. Now that we have the blade, we just need the dragon. Luckily, we know of such a dragon, the daughter of the mad black dragonflight aspect to Neltharion, Onyxia. The only problem, she won't voluntarily help you create this blade. She sort of has a whole evil bad guy thing going on. So, at this point, you were given the Forging of Quel'Serrar quest, and were given an item called the Unfired Ancient Blade. The next step was to head to the lair of Onyxia, located in the Dustwallow Marsh in Kalimdor. You of course needed help, as this was a raid encounter, so you and 39 friends would engage the dragon in battle. You would need to coordinate with your allies, and mid-fight, you had to use this blade to thrust it into the ground, and position Onyxia in such a way that when she breathes fire, she does so over the blade. So, that was the heat covered, now you just need some blood. You then had to pick up the sword from the ground to get the heated ancient blade, and from here you had to kill Onyxia within 20 minutes before the blade cools down. If you fail, you have to start the quest over again, and most likely wait another week before you could try again. So, if you used it, the pressure was on, you had to take her down. But, if you were successful, you would then have to sink the blade into her corpse to treat it, and then you would get the treated ancient blade as a reward. And that was it. The last step was to return to the Lorekeeper Lydros, and upon completion, you received Quel'Serrar, the High Blade. It was a tanking weapon, hence the warrior and paladin restriction on the tome, a fast speed which was desired by warrior tanks due to the better rage generation, some stamina, and a defensive dodge and armor proc. As far as weapon models went, it was quite impressive. The hilt was golden and blue, the blade with a silver finish with runes etched into it, and it also had a native green glow. It was, quote, the tanking sword for quite a while as I remember, and to this day, it remains a favorite of many classic warriors who completed the quest back in the day. An epic reward from an epic quest. As I mentioned, it was re-released in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion with the reskilled Onyxia's Lair, and there was also a quest to get its sister blade, Quel'Dalar. You got this from a quest chain, started from the rare battered hilt. Season here, back with another series for you. During the development of World of Warcraft, especially in the early stages, there were a lot of promises going around. Special features and gameplay mechanics were advertised, but some of them just didn't pan out and they never saw the light of day. So in this video, I wanted to show you 5 of those things to give you an idea of what could have been. First up, we have ritual spells. This was first announced in the Computer Gaming World magazine, issue 208 and page 80. They described something called ritual magic, which are spells that would require multiple casters to use that would open up a portal to a special zone. It would need multiple casters from different players with different spells. So a warlock would have to click on it with a mage, and then a priest, and so on. They would combine powers to gain access to these special worlds that only the casters could go in. This never came to light as it was originally intended, but there are still echoes of it. Mage portals of course teleport you to several different areas in the game, and the warlock's healthstone and summoning spells did require multiple people. It's even in the name, the ritual of summoning. Moving on to number 2, we have negative rested XP. I think we're all familiar with normal rested XP. When you're logged out of the game, your character generates rest. This gives you 200% more XP whenever you gain XP. And the longer you stay logged off, the more rest you generate. Also, if you log out in a rested area, such as an inn or a capital city, you generate it more quickly. Well, it used to be if you didn't log out in a rested area, you would instead gain negative rest. Features and gameplay mechanics were advertised, but some of them just didn't pan out.
I agree.
They can't join our group. They can't join our group. Blood and thunder. Go.
never saw the light of day. So in this video, I wanted to show you 5 of those things to give you an idea of what could have been. First up, we have ritual spells. This was first announced in the Computer Gaming World magazine, issue 208 and page 80. They described something called ritual magic, which are spells that would require multiple casters to use that would open up a portal to a special zone. It would need multiple casters from different players with different spells. So a warlock would have to click on it with a mage, and then a priest, and so on. They would combine powers to gain access to these special worlds that only the casters could go in. This never came to light as it was originally intended, but there are still echoes of it. Mage portals of course teleport you to several different areas in the game, and the warlock's healthstone and summoning spells did require multiple people. It's even in the name, the ritual of summoning. Moving on to number 2, we have negative rested XP. I think we're all familiar with normal rested XP. When you're logged out of the game, your character generates rest. This gives you 200% more XP whenever you gain XP, and the longer you stay logged off, the more rest you generate. Also, if you log out in a rested area, such as an inn or a capital city, you generate it more quickly. Well, it used to be if you didn't log out in a rested area, you would instead gain negative rest. This would work similarly to normal rested XP, except you would get an XP penalty for however much negative rest you accumulated. This was scrapped because one of WoW's selling points was that they wanted it to be less hardcore than some of the other MMOs out at the time, and they didn't want to penalize you too much. For number 3, we have the Shattrath raid. Fast forwarding to more recent content here, this was one of the many things cut from the Warlords of Draenor expansion. It was announced to be a raid along with Highmaul and Blackrock Foundry, but it's since become Draenor's missing raid tier. Instead of turning it into a raid, they just threw a giant pink bubble over it and made it into a part of your Garrison campaign quest. Some people speculated that it was dropped by the team so that they could focus their efforts on the Garrison system of Draenor. This was always a reasoning why they didn't want to add player housing into the game, and sure enough, if you go to the graveyard of the Alliance Garrison, you'll notice one named Raid D tier. And for number 4, since we're on the subject of Draenor, let's talk about the Zangarmarsh zone. For those of you not big on the story of this game, Draenor is the Outlands before they became the Outlands. Some of the zones you got to see what they were like before they were twisted, but Zangarmarsh was the one that was left out. It wasn't going to be a fully fledged zone, but there were rumors that it would have had something to do with your garrison. If you go to the zone now, you can see signs of early stages of development, and funny enough, it even has its own song. And it was supposed to have its own world boss, the Fungal Whale, but once again, it was just another victim of the Draenor content cut. Trust me, there was so much cut from that expansion, I could have made this video all about it. And lastly, for number 5, we have the old survival skills profession from the original alpha. This is a scrapped profession that would allow you to create campfires and torches. Why would you need them, you ask? Well, it's because dark areas in the game were going to be really, really dark. So much so that torches were necessary to see where you were going. This was abandoned once again due to them not wanting the game to be too hardcore, and stumbling around in the dark may not have been the most fun thing in the world for some people. You can see remnants of this idea in the Duskwood zone though. The Night's Watch patrolmen and many other NPCs in the zone are seen carrying torches to light their way, and you can still make campfires, but they just give that to the cooking profession. So that's it. There's actually way more than this, hundreds in fact, but I thought it would be better to keep this video on the shorter side and maybe turn it into a series if you guys would like that. Go ahead and let me know if you're interested in... Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. During my video about cut content I made not too long ago, I made this comment. Trust me, there was so much cut from that expansion, I could have made this video all about it. Well, since then, a big request I've been getting is just that, a video showing all of the cut content from the Warlords of Draenor expansion. So in this video, I want to show you everything that could have been. There are 20 things I consider to be major. Some of them were just ideas, and others were more concrete in the sense that they put a significant amount of work into it before deciding to scrap them. So, just a disclaimer before we begin, this list is compiled from several threads and forum posts on the internet. I'll have links to them in the description, so all credit goes to them. I'm just the guy making a video about them and going into a little more detail. So, let's start from the beginning. One of the biggest things scrapped is probably the introduction to the expansion. The story we got was that the Iron Horde completed the construction of the Dark Portal, and then they started invading Azeroth. We stormed through it and shut it down by releasing the power sources, Gul'dan, Tarangor, and Cho'Gall. The original plan, however, as you can see from this map,
me. Okie dokie. You come get the voodoo. Be good.
Was to enter Draenor through something called the Chronal Spire, a giant hourglass located at the edge of Tannin Jungle. This would have had something to do with the Bronze Dragonflight, the ones who delve in time travel. So the initial story is that we would have stopped the construction before they finished it. It was speculated that this was changed because the zone wasn't fully ready for release, so they just went with that short scenario where we shut down the portal and then escape the zone. Number 2 is Fairlawn. This was originally announced to be another zone in the Warlords of Draenor. It would have been located to the east of Gorgrond, as you can see by this map. However, they later announced that it would not be in release and would come in a later content patch. No one knew 100% what the zone would be about, but popular belief was that it would be similar to the zones like the Isle of Thunder or the Timeless Isles from Pandaria. But as time passed with no information about this zone, it was eventually announced that it would not be released during the Warlords of Draenor. Their reasoning was that it didn't fit with the story that they had set up. Instead, Tannin Jungle sort of replaced it as the new zone that was added later in patch 6.2. For number 3, going back to the map for a second, you may have noticed another mystery island to the southwest. This one was supposed to be the fabled Ogre Island. The Ogres were a pretty big part of the old Horde, and unfortunately, they didn't see too much action in this expansion. We did get the Highmaul raid, but that was pretty much it. Everything else was with orcs. This island was supposed to be the Ogre's homeland, but whether it was going to be a leveling zone or another Timeless Isle is unknown, as it was cut pretty early on. Next up, we have the scrapped major city for Horde. The original plan was to have 2 major cities added to Draenor, one for the Horde and one for the Alliance, but it just didn't pan out. The Bladespire Citadel was going to be the one for the Horde. It's located in the starting zone for Horde, Frostfire Ridge. Upon entering the area as Alliance, you're flagged and attacked by guards, which is a common thing with all faction cities, and you can still see signs of where stuff would have been. It's a nicely made massive structure, but due to time constraints, it was simply reduced to a questing area rather than a faction city. And similarly, the Alliance would have a city in their starter zone, Shadowmoon Valley, and that was Karabor. This was located on the eastern side of the zone, and it would eventually become the Black Temple due to the Legion's corruption, the home of Illidan's Stormrage. So what we have in Draenor is the Black Temple before it became the Black Temple. And just like the Bladespire Citadel, you can see that the scope of this city was going to be huge. It used to have an interior in the works, but after they abandoned it, they just added a door to block the way, and it was hardly used throughout the expansion's duration. The only major thing you did here was a ceremony to get your legendary ring, but other than that, barely anyone got to see just how amazing this place looked. It's just another victim of the Draenor content cut. Instead of these 2 great cities, we instead got the Warspear and Stormshield footholds on the PvP island Ashran. In my opinion, a far cry from what a faction city should be. There were also some battlegrounds and arenas in the works. No information about how they work, we were just left with some unused map files. They contained cutouts from the Bladespire Citadel shown earlier. One progressed far enough to be named, however. It was called the Heroes Through Time, and its purpose was speculated to be a battleground. As you can see, you have an Alliance base in the north and a Horde one in the south, and it was fairly big. Probably designed to be a 40 vs 40, just like Alterac Valley or the Isle of Conquest. But it was all dropped in favor of Ashran, Draenor's outdoor PvP area, similar to Wintergrass from Wrath of the Lich King or Tol Barad from Cataclysm. There's also a winter version of Arathi Basin, which we're finally getting in the new Brawl PvP mode in 7.2. There does exist some footage of these, but none that I own. If you want to see them though, an awesome dude by the name of Haven Games has videos showing them off. I'll have links to those in the description if you want a more in-depth look. Next up, we have cancelled scenarios. The only information we have about these is this picture that previews the new features of Warlords of Draenor. As you can see, the 9th bullet point boasts about new normal and heroic scenarios. If you don't know, scenarios are basically mini instances designed for 3 people. They were introduced in the Mists of Pandaria expansion, but ever since then they've been abandoned. They were planned to be in the Warlords of Draenor as well, but you guessed it, they were cut. Next up, we have the new ranking system for Arena called the Trial of the Gladiator. The way this was going to work would have been similar to the Arena tournament realms. Every player would have access to equal gear and enchants, and during certain dates and times, if they did Arena, they would gain ranking. You could still participate in the trial whenever you wanted so you could practice, but you would only gain ranking during the specified dates. They said that this would ensure that the best of best would be queuing at those times to provide the ultimate competitive PvP experience. And of course, the higher rank you obtained, the better rewards you got. But once again, most of their PvP focus went into Ashran instead. Next up, we have pet breeding. This is one I put under the abstract content category, meaning that it was just an idea floating around and it never took off in a major way. It comes from a single tweet by lead designer Corey Stockton, where he said that the current plan for the Garrison's pet stable is to be able to merge battle pets of the same family and to pick a breed. And doing so would give you a chance at a purple quality pet. This would have opened up a whole new dynamic to the pet battle system, but alas, it never saw the light of day. Since we're on the subject of garrisons, there is actually a lot more planned for these. The biggest one is that you were supposed to be able to pick wherever you wanted to put them. As you know, the location of the garrison is limited to Shadowmoon Valley for the Alliance and Frostfire Ridge for Horde. The original idea was that you could pick any of these zones. The Crags of Gorgrond, the Plains of Nagrand, the Spires of Iraq, Tannin Jungle, any of them. This gave a lot of depth to their customization and gave you the benefit of picking a zone with your favorite scenery or a zone closer to one of your favorite farming spots. An echo of this does remain. If you remember, as you quested through the zones, you were able to build mini outposts, but they just served as questing hubs rather than a full-blown garrison. And not only that, but the garrison themselves were supposed to be much more customizable. The ability to name followers, additional buildings, the ability to mount heads from elites you killed on spikes, and all sorts of stuff. Next we have the Grimrail train. If you're not familiar with the Grimrail Depot instance, this one is in Gorgrond, and it's the one where you board a train and move from car to car. In addition to this instance, it was also planned that the Grimrail train would serve as transportation around Draenor, similar to how the Deep Run tram works. Remember, the original plan was to have no flying this expansion, so there had to be a substitute for it. It's nothing concrete, but it was speculated that it would connect to every zone and possibly even your garrison. Next up, we have a bunch of story elements. The story of Draenor was all over the place, even changing mid-expansion. I'll count all of this as one thing since some of them are kind of minor. Some of you may know Orgrim Doomhammer. He was the war chief of the original Old Horde. He was supposed to have a big role in the Gorgrond zone, however, he was moved to the Talador zone and was killed by Blackhand along with Vindicator Murad. You may remember Kargath Bladefist as the first boss in the High Maul raid. On live servers you kill him in the battle, but on Alpha he escapes with his life, possibly opening up a return for him later down the road. He was the leader of the Shattered Hand clan, so honestly, seeing him being killed off as the first boss in a raid was surprising to a lot of people. It would be interesting to see what they originally had planned for him. Next, we have the possible Medivh cameo in the Alpha. He was the last guardian of Tirisfal, mentor of Khadgar, and the one who originally opened the Dark Portal. He was seen in the Frostfire Ridge zone, talking with the other villains Gul'dan, Cho'Gall, and Tarangor. He has a shadowy appearance, so it was never 100% confirmed, but the resemblance is striking. And he had a deep history with Gul'dan, even entering psychic links with him while working on opening the Dark Portal. So, it's heavily believed to be some sort of corrupted version of Medivh. Unfortunately, though, it was dropped before anyone could find out. Next up, we have the biggest one, and that's the fact that Grommash Hellscream would be the final boss of the Warlords of Draenor. This was decided during the development stages of 6.2, but they changed it to Archimonde at the last minute. The reason for this was because the previous raid tier was the Blackrock Foundry, an Iron Horde themed raid. They thought that having 2 orc raids in a row was too redundant, and instead changed it to the Fell Corrupted Hellfire Citadel raid, with Gul'dan summoning Archimonde as the final boss. This led to a very awkward transition with quite a few plot holes that were never addressed. And lost with it was the new legendary weapon, Gorehal. This one isn't confirmed, but in the early stages of Draenor, a new model of Gorehal was data mined and it was labeled as a legendary weapon. This was the original weapon of Grommash Hellscream. No one knows whether it was going to be a straight up drop from Grommash or what, but I guess now we'll never know. Next, we have the missing Worgen and Goblin model updates. One of the big things in Draenor were the character model upgrades. The models of the original 8 races, along with the Draenarian Blood Elves, were quite dated, so they were updated to bring them up to par. And along with those 10, the 2 new races of the Cataclysm expansion, Goblins and Worgens, were also supposed to be updated. They announced that the plan was for late 2014, but it never happened. For number 16, moving on to more minor stuff here, we have some cosmetic things. First are the class accessories. These were supposed to be cosmetic doodads for your class, a librum for paladins, poisons and daggers for rogues, quivers for hunters, etc. They were going to update in appearance and level along with your character, and there were going to be different ones to choose from to give you more customization. It's unknown if they're still in development or not, but unfortunately, it seems as though they were dropped. And there is also a tabard collection system planned. This would allow you to collect tabards by clicking on them, which would clear up some bag space and allow you to switch them on the fly. As the game progresses, more and more tabards are added, and they're starting to take up a lot of bag space. The tabard tab was the answer to this, but after the expansion was released, it was confirmed that they abandoned the project. For these last three, I did actually cover these in a recent video, but they're so major that I can't leave them out. So apologies if this is redundant for those of you who saw that other video. First, and probably the biggest out of all of these, is the Lost Raid tier, and that's Shattrath City. This was announced to be a raid tier, along with High Mall and Blackrock Foundry, but due to time constraints, it was abandoned. Shattrath City still does exist in Draenor. You can find it in the Talador zone, but they just put a giant pink bubble over it and turned the outskirts into an Apexis crystal farming hub. One of the arguments against player housing in WoW was that it would take too many resources and that they would have to skip a raid tier. Garrisons could have been the reason for the Shattrath raid being abandoned, and to support this, if you look in the Alliance Garrison's graveyard, there's a grave marked Raid D tier. I personally think that this was the reason behind the story change, with Archimonde being the final boss as opposed to Grommash like I explained earlier. Remember, the reason for that was because they didn't want to have two back-to-back Iron Horde raids, with Blackrock Foundry and then a Grommash Hellfire Citadel. I think the original idea may have been High Mall, and then Blackrock Foundry, and then Shattrath as the Fell raid, and then the Grommash Hellfire Citadel. If you go to the Talador Shattrath, it's surrounded by demons, so it would have made sense for this to be the demon raid of the expansion between the two Iron Horde raids. And they would have stuck with Grommash as the final boss of the expansion, which would have kept the story relatively intact. Like I said, just a theory though. Next up we have another lost zone, and that's Zangarmarsh. This looked much different in the alpha, specifically having much more detail, and it was speculated to be another zone for you to explore. It most likely still would have been underwater, similar to the Vashir zone from Cataclysm, but what we got is just some underwater scenery. And lastly, in this zone we were supposed to get another world boss. It was a giant aquatic boss called the Fungal Whale, Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. I got another part in my cut content series for you. In this one, I want to talk about the Cataclysm expansion. There are quite a few things that just didn't make it into this expansion, not as much as Draenor, but still a fair amount. So, I'll show you what I consider to be the biggest ones. These will be things that are fairly concrete, meaning that they were teased or previewed by Blizzard at some point. This expansion was when things were starting to slow down raid and dungeon-wise. If you compare them to the previous expansions, the Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King had 16 dungeons each and 8 and 9 raids respectively. Cataclysm clocked in at 14 dungeons and just 6 raids due to some cuts, so let's get into it. First up, let's talk about the Abyssal Maw. This one was all over the place. It was initially announced to be a 5-man dungeon to accompany the Throat of the Tides instance in Vashir, but it was later suggested that it would be a raid before it was scrapped altogether. The Abyssal Maw is one of the elemental planes. To give you a brief reminder, Cataclysm had several of these elemental planes. Deepholm was Earth, Skywall was Air, although we only got access to instances within it, such as the Vortex Pinnacle, and of course the Firelands was the Fire Plane. Each of these planes have elemental lords that were banished by the Titans. Ragnaros for Fire, Therazane for Earth, Thunderon for Wind, and Neptulon for Water. It was announced that the Abyssal Maw would be added in the first major content patch 4.1, but when it wasn't in that, it was speculated to be pushed back to patch 4.2 along with the Firelands. Eventually though, it was abandoned, with Blizzard putting all of their focus onto the Fire Plane. Their reason for this was that they were satisfied with the Throne of the Tides instance and said that it was a good ending to the Vashir storyline, which is weird because it ends on a cliffhanger. For the final boss of that instance, he had to protect the Water Elemental Lord Neptulon from waves of faceless enemies. These are eldritch manifestations of the Old Gods. You also had to fend off the Kraken Patriarch, Azumat, who's supposedly under the Old God's command. You're successful in the battle, however Azumat kidnaps Neptulon. Neptulon is a pretty important character. He was one of the big 4 elemental lords. These were the beings who ruled Azeroth even before the Old Gods came. So, the quote-unquote good ending to the Vashir storyline didn't exist because there was no ending. It was something that was clearly left open to return to at a later date. World of Warcraft's lead system designer, Ghostcrawler, later wrote a blog stating the real reason why it was abandoned. He said that they thought that most players were ready to be done with Vashir and the whole water thing by the time they finished questing there. They had the option of adding on to the water thing or putting their focus on something new, the Firelands. They felt that the Abyssal Maw was going to pale in comparison, so it was dropped. Speculation was that it was actually going to wrap up the storyline with what happened to Neptulon and where he was taken, and that it would have something to do with the Old Gods, particularly N'Zoth. N'Zoth is the water Old God who has an octopus-like appearance, perhaps the one responsible for Neptulon's capture. There's been some rumblings about him during the Legion expansion, even being name-dropped by the Il'gynoth boss fight in the Emerald Nightmare, but I think it's very possible that we could have seen him much earlier. The Abyssal Ma could have been a water raid with faceless ones and other old god minions in it, including Azumat or maybe even N'Zoth himself. He's speculated to have corrupted the Black Dragon aspect Neltharion into Deathwing, which led to the events of the whole Cataclysm expansion. He supposedly also has connections with Queen Ashara, someone else who's fairly active in Legion. It's thought that he's the one who transformed her and her highborn into Naga, so the two go hand in hand. This brings us to number 2, and that's the War of the Ancients raid. The War of the Ancients was the Burning Legion's first invasion of Azeroth. Queen Ashara, who was the leader of the Highborn Elves at the time, granted entrance to Azeroth for Sargeras and the Burning Legion, also known as the War of the Ancients. The bigger name belligerents were Illidan and Malfurion Stormrage, Tyrande Whisperwind, the Dragon Aspects, Archimonde, Manarath, Hakar, Xavius, Queen Ashara, and more. The inhabitants of Azeroth were eventually successful, but it was only after the event known as the Sundering. This was back when everything was one big landmass, with something known as the Well of Eternity in the middle. This was a font of arcane power, and at the end of the war, it exploded, fracturing the lands into many pieces, the Eastern Kingdoms, Kalimdor, Northrend, and more. This raid would have thrown us into the war and let us see firsthand what happened, and it would of course be in the Caverns of Time with all of the other time-traveling dungeons and raids. 6 months prior to the game's launch, game director Tom Chilton announced in an interview that there were plans for a War of the Ancients raid. But time passed, and there was no information about the status of this raid. That is until patch 4.3, where we got the Well of Eternity 5-man dungeon. In this one, you aid Illidan Stormrage and Tyrande Whisperwind in their battle against Queen Ashara when she was still a Night Elf. And with no information about the actual raid, this dungeon was seen as the death blow of it having any chances of it happening this expansion, and unfortunately, it was the case. For number 3, we have the Path of the Titans character progression system. This was going to be unlocked once you hit the max level at 85, and it would allow you to customize your character a bit. There were going to be 6 different cults dedicated to the Titans: Agramar, Eonar, Amanthul, Khaz'goroth, Golganath, and Norgannon. You may recognize some of these names from the Pillars of Creation artifacts you've been collecting in Legion. You would be able to pick one of these cults, and each one had different bonuses. Golganath focused on defense, Eonar was healing, etc. The interface was very similar to the glyph system, although it had nothing to do with inscription. There were different tiers of glyphs you could obtain that give you better bonuses the higher the tier was. For example, a rank 1 Golganath tier glyph was a 4% reduction in physical damage taken, and at rank 2, you could get an ability that reduces damage taken by you and your allies for a short duration. It was going to be tied with the archaeology profession, where you collect special Titan artifacts and unlock these abilities and further your standing with the cult. You could progress down the paths themselves by doing a variety of things: raiding, dungeons, PvP, questing, crafting, etc. Very similar to the way you level up your artifact weapon actually. And after you maxed everything out, your character was supposed to be about 20% stronger than they normally would. They said the reason it was scrapped was because it didn't feel different enough from the glyph system they had at the time. Right now, the glyphs are just cosmetic and quality of life things, but back then, they brought actual enhancements to your character. So, the Path of the Titans would be just another version of it. The archaeology profession ended up being a casualty of this cancellation, and you just grinded out dig sites for a bit of lore and some bind on account gear, and a few mounts and pets here and there. But, as I'm sure you noticed, it does share some resemblance with their current artifact system. You have paths you go down, some nodes provide minor bonuses and others more substantial, and like I mentioned, the way you leveled it was similar in the sense that you could do it in several different ways. So, we did get an echo of it, although it took quite a while. And lastly, for number 4, we have the Battle for Gilneas City Battleground. You may know about the Battle for Gilneas Battleground. This is a 10 vs 10 resource race similar to the Arathi Basin. Well, it was originally planned to be set in the actual city of Gilneas, where the goal was to capture the most districts. Gilneas is one of the 7 human kingdoms, and up until Cataclysm, it was walled off. If you went through the initial leveling process for Worgen, you would know that Gilneas City was besieged by the Forsaken. So, this battleground would have been a fight between the Horde and Alliance for control over Gilneas using that district capture mode. Most likely a 40 vs 40 due to the sheer size of the city. But the feedback from internal testing deemed it to be quote-unquote unsalvageable, so they turned it into the mini Arathi Basin we have today. So, that's about it, for all of the major stuff anyways. There are some other things, but nothing that got off the ground in a big way, as far as I know anyways. There is also speculated to be a storyline with Cthulhu in the Silithus zone, as players were getting whispers from him in the alpha, but nothing too concrete. I think if we had those raids though, it would have been a much more memorable expansion. Like I mentioned earlier, the Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King expansions had 8 and 9 raids each. Having just 6 is pretty low in comparison, but hey, at least it wasn't 3 like in Draenor. That's about all I have to talk about though. I've been doing videos like this for every expansion. So far, I have this and Draenor covered, so if you're interested in this sort of stuff, let me know what expansion you'd like to see next, and I'll look into it to see if there's anything video worthy. Anyways, I hope you found the video entertaining, like it if you liked it, and thanks for watching. Peace. Hey guys, what's up? Matt Season here, back with another video in my cut content series. I got 10 more things I want to show you that were removed from the game for one reason or another, so let's get into it. Just a quick note before we begin though, all of this was taken from a pretty popular list online from an MMO champion user by the name of Paladin. So all credit goes to him, I'm just the guy making a video about it and going into a little more detail. If you want to see the original list though, I'll have a link to it in the description. So, let's start with the original Hellfire Peninsula and Outlands. You all know the one we have today, but during vanilla there was a very early alternate version of it, and it was accessible by glitching through the Deadlands instance. It's been though, I'll have a link to it in the description. So, let's start with the original Hellfire Peninsula and Outlands. You all know the one we have today, but during vanilla there was a very early alternate version of it, and it was accessible by glitching through the Deadlands instance. It's been fixed now, so I can't show you video footage, but as you can see here, there still exist screenshots of it. These floaty trees with the chasm in the middle was a very early Hellfire Peninsula. It was supposed to be a max level zone in vanilla, but was later saved for the Burning Crusade expansion. And if you want to go further, there was a more developed version in the map files. Although it wasn't accessible by players, it was pretty developed, even having the actual dark portal in it. There does exist some footage of this, but none that I own. Another YouTube user by the name of Haven Games has a video showing it all off in detail, so if you're curious, I'll have a link to that in the description. It's pretty cool stuff. Next up, we have the Tauren Plains running ability. In the early stages of the game, it was planned that the Tauren race wouldn't be able to use mounts. Instead, upon reaching level 40, they would unlock the ability called Plains Running. What you would do is use it, and it would take 10 seconds of uninterrupted running to gain a gallop, which would boost your movement speed to that of a normal level 40 mount, which was 60%. And when you hit 60, you would get a better one where the boost was 100%. It was removed for a variety of reasons. The biggest problem was if you got hit at all, you lost it. You can get dismounted with normal mounts, but it's only when you get dazed. So, just getting hit period was super annoying to deal with. Another problem was if you stopped moving, you would of course lose your gallop, and you would have to regain it all over again. And worst of all, it could kick in at the wrong time, causing you to rush into groups of enemies by accident. So, due to all of these problems, they eventually just took it away and gave them the Kodo mount instead. An echo of it did make it in the Cataclysm expansion though. The Worgen race has the Running Wild ability, which is kinda similar to Plains Running, in looks at least. Next, we have a 3-in-1, and that's the various city changes. Starting with the Undercity, there was actually supposed to be a second floor to this. You can still access it just by using a flying mount, but as you can see, you have these balconies, one for each wing of the city, with little pathways and skull bridges connecting them. The stairs leading to this area were removed because they thought that it might be too confusing to navigate, but you can still see where they would have had vendors and trainers and whatnot. Instead, they just moved them one floor down and cut this area out altogether. And we also have the fact that Gnomeregan was going to be an actual city instead of a dungeon. This would of course be the gnome capital, and there would have been an elevator that connected it to the dwarf capital, Ironforge, similar to how the Deep Run tram connects it to Stormwind. The reason this was scrapped was because it would have created a faction imbalance. The capital cities in vanilla were Stormwind, Ironforge, and Darnassus for Alliance, and Orgrimmar, Undercity, and Thunderbluff for Horde. So, instead of completing it and turning it into a city, it was turned into the 5-man dungeon that we have today, and the gnomes moved in with the dwarves in Ironforge, getting their own district at least. And we also have the old Ironforge from the Alpha. Similar to the Undercity, the old Ironforge had a second floor. The general architecture remained the same, but it was just way bigger. But due to the same reasons for the Undercity, they removed the second floor because they felt it was too confusing to navigate. Another thing that changed was the Great Forge in the middle of the city. It used to actually resemble a giant forge, but was changed for one reason or another. Once again, footage of this does exist if you want a closer look. I'll have a link to it in the description. Next, we have the fact that there used to be 2 different types of shields. They were split up into heavy-duty shields and the less cumbersome but weaker bucklers. The reason they did this was because rogues and hunters used to be able to equip the bucklers. so they could still have a defensive edge if they needed it, but it would still fit the character by keeping their apparel lightweight. You can still see evidence of this with some of the older items. Some explicitly state that they're bucklers and others are shields, and the design of course matches that. But in the end, they felt that it wasn't roguelike or hunter-like to be able to equip an offhand buckler, and they didn't want to just throw out all of the work they did with those, so they just changed their armor type to shield instead. And on a similar note, the cloaks also worked a little differently. If you played during vanilla, you may have noticed an overabundance of cloaks in the game. From quest rewards to drops, they were everywhere. That's because they used to have an armor type just like your other pieces of gear. You would have cloth, leather, and mail cloaks, and certain classes were restricted to certain ones. Once again, you can still see evidence of this in the names. Some are cloth cloaks, and others are leather and chain. Next, we have Ashara in vanilla. This one is kind of half and half cut content since the zone is fully finished now, but in vanilla, this zone was a ghost town for the most part. It was supposed to be a fully fledged max level zone, but halfway through they decided to abandon it due to its poor geographical design. This zone had a giant canyon in the middle, and with no elevators or anything obvious to traverse it easily, it was a nightmare to navigate. They realized this only after completing a majority of it, so they decided to abandon any sort of questing experience in the zone. There were still a few quests that sent you there, and also an outdoor raid boss, but other than that, they just left it. They later came back to it during the Cataclysm expansion though, and made it into a zone with actual stuff to do. Next up, we have something that really isn't cut content I guess, but rather cut design directions, and that's the fact that Discipline Priests were originally supposed to be a melee spec. Sort of similar to a Paladin, but more on the caster side, still with the ability to melee down enemies. This is evidenced by their old Inner Fire spell, which used to give them armor and attack power, which was useless for spellcasting. It would have been similar to the old monks and zealots from the old Scarlet Monastery instance. Some of their talents also pointed in that direction, but in the end, it just became an alternate healing spec, focusing more on shields and self-preservation, which made it pretty good in PvP in fact. While we're on the subject of weirdly designed specs, let's talk about the Enhancement Shaman. We all know the Shaman today. Elemental is for spellcasting DPS, Restoration is for healing, and Enhancement is for melee DPS. Well, Enhancement was actually supposed to be a tanking spec. If you played them during vanilla, you may remember that a lot of their spells had threat generation tied to them, Earthshock, Rockbiter Weapon, etc., and they even had totems that drew aggro and another one that increased their armor. If you look at their Alliance counterpart, it makes sense too. The Paladin had 3 specs clearly defined, Retribution for DPS, Holy for healing, and Protection for tanking. Being the Horde mirror to that, it would make sense that they would be capable of all 3 roles as well, by design at least. But due to only being able to equip male armor and having no real taunt made them pretty mediocre tanks, and they just turned into a melee DPS spec that pulled a little more threat than normal. Next, we have the original female troll model in the alpha. This was, yeah, frightening. I mean, what can I really say about this? Words kind of escape what I'm looking at here. They look like male trolls with a wig on. Female trolls were up there on the least played even after their makeovers, so I can only imagine what it would be like if this was their final model. Anyways, lastly we have player housing. This was very briefly introduced in the alpha, and it was scrapped pretty quickly as well. You were supposed to be able to pick from a few different house types, one for humans, one for orcs, dwarves, etc., to have a little place to hang out. But one of the main reasons it was removed, as you can see by the screenshot, was because you were able to put your house anywhere, even blocking off important areas of the game. And even still, with the amount of players, the world is much too small to be able to do something like this. Other games that did this, such as Star Wars Galaxies, had huge planets with a lot of empty space, but not so much in World of Warcraft. So, the whole thing was scrapped. We did of course get a variation of this later on with the garrison system in Draenor, however. But that's it. Those are 10 things that didn't make it to World of Warcraft. Pretty interesting stuff. Like I said, if you want to see more, I'll have a link to that list in the description, and this is an ongoing series. I'll be sure to revisit it every now and then, so keep an eye out for those videos if you liked it. Anyways, I hope you found the video helpful. Like it if you liked it, and thanks for watching. Peace. Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. Recently, I made a video about all of the removed legendaries in the game. Well, I thought it might make for an interesting video to take a look at some of the rare items in general, not just legendaries, and sort of go over the details and history behind them. So in this video, I'll show you 10 of them. Note that this will include stuff that's no longer obtainable or wasn't intended to be obtainable. Just throwing that out there since some people have a problem with that. Regardless though, saying they're rare is technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. And another thing I'll say is that this list isn't in a super strict order. Due to the nature and rarity of these items, it's kind of hard to get any concrete information about them. I'll try to order them from least to most rare as best I can though. So, first up we have the Big Love Rocket. Don't worry, this video is rated E for everyone, but this mount is tied to the Valentine's Day event known as Love is in the Air. It drops from a cache that you get from a dungeon that's tied to the event. It's an altered Shadowfang keep pretty much. You only get one shot a day, it has a 0.03% drop chance, and the event only lasts for 2 weeks out of the year, so it's extraordinarily rare. If you run it every day on one character, you would have a 0.4% chance to get it. To have a 10% chance to get it, you would have to run the event every day on 24 max level characters. To put that into perspective, you're 30% more likely to have a fatal slip in the shower. Next up, we have the... It's an altered shadow... thing keep pretty much. You only get one shot a day, it has a 0.03% drop chance, and the event only lasts for 2 weeks out of the year, so it's extraordinarily rare. If you run it every day on one character, you would have a 0.4% chance to get it. To have a 10% chance to get it, you would have to run the event every day on 24 max level characters. To put that into perspective, you're 30% more likely to have a fatal slip in the shower. Next up, we have the Papal Fez. This is one of the many rare items from the Uldaman dungeon, which is a level 40-ish instance. In this place, you can find a whole slew of unique bind and equip items that have an insanely low drop rate. They were primarily used for twinking, but the scene has died down quite a bit due to heirlooms and the separate battlegrounds, so now they're mainly there for transmogging. This is the only red colored Fez in the game, and as of this video, it fetches a price of around 1.5 million gold. Now, before you try to farm it, keep in mind that only 12 or so mobs in the whole instance can drop it, and the chance is around a 0.05% rate, so unless you're very lucky, you're talking thousands of runs on average. For number 3, we have the Chromatic Sword. This is an old level 40 two-handed sword from vanilla that gives you some resistances. So back then, it wasn't very good stat-wise, but now it's a highly sought-after transmog piece because it has a multicolor glow to it. It dropped off of the rare mob Scalebelly in Strigglethorn Vale, and ever since Cataclysm, it was taken off of the loot table. So since then, the supply has been cut off, and the only ones in circulation right now are from people who forgot it in their bank. It's currently going for an upwards of 6 million as of this video due to that rarity. Now, whether it's actually selling for this amount or not is hard to say. For number 4 on our list, we have a cooking recipe called Dirge's Kickin' Chimeric Chops. This taught you how to make some food that increased your stamina, and it was a reward from the old Scepter of the Shifting Sands questline in Silithus, which was tied to the opening of the gates of Ankiraj. The questline, and thus the rewards, were removed after the event completed, so the time window to get this was very, very short. It's not soulbound, however, so you can still pick it up from the auction house if you can find it, and if you have the gold for it. And while we're on the subject, something else you got from the same questline was the Black Kiraji Resonating Crystal. I talked about this in my legendary video, but this is a legendary mount also picked up from the quest chain, although the time window was even shorter. The way the questline worked was you rung a gong, and at the end of it, as a reward you got this mount, and anyone able to ring the gong within 10 hours could also get it. It was a very long and involved quest chain requiring you to kill multiple raid bosses, so it was a very difficult task only open to the better raiding guilds. It's the only legendary mount that was obtainable outside of Game Master shenanigans. I would have it higher on the list, but it did see a spike in quantity because for a while as the game was growing and new servers were being released, you could still do the AQ opening ceremony allowing you to get this mount. And once you've leveled past vanilla content, it's pretty trivial to get. As soon as a new server popped up, tons of people, including whole guilds, switched over solely for the sake of completing the chain, and this continued up until the Wrath of the Lich King expansion where it was changed to where the gates were already open on new servers. But still a very rare mount these days. Next, we have another cooking recipe, and that's the Old Thistle Tea recipe. This used to be a reward for a vanilla rogue quest chain, It was not soulbound and learnable by any class, but in March of 2005, patch 1.3 came out and changed the quest to award a bind on pickup version of this. Any existing recipe was unchanged, but ever since that patch, any new recipes weren't tradable. It's now highly sought after by collectors looking to learn every cooking recipe, and in the very rare cases it pops up on the auction house, it goes for millions and millions of gold. If you have a rogue that you leveled up within the first 4 months of the game's release, check your bank in case you have one stashed away. For number 7, we have another Ultimate item on our list, and that's the Pendulum of Doom. This one was more for twinking rather than transmog. Twinking, if you don't know, is when you intentionally stay in a PvP bracket at the max level, and then you power up your characters with the best gear for that level. The Pendulum of Doom was the penultimate twink item. It was level 35, and it was highly sought after due to its slow 3.9 speed, making it one of the slowest two-handers in the game, but giving you tons of burst damage in return. If you had this as a warrior, paladin, or shaman, you were a wrecking ball. But it suffers from the same Ultimate curse. You can still get it, but due to its slow drop rate, it takes thousands and thousands of runs on average. And at the time this video was made, there are 0 on every auction house across every US server, and 2 on European servers. The next one is kind of cheating, but it has an interesting story behind it, so I'll share it anyways. During the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, the Old War raid was released and the top guilds were ready to race to the finish. But suddenly from out of nowhere, a guild by the name of the Marvel family on the Vecnalash server started ripping through the raid like crazy, giving them world first kills back to back. Things were a little fishy though because this guild supposedly hadn't even finished the previous raid tier, Nexramis. Like I said, they came from out of nowhere. Well, here's what happened. One of the members of the guild had their account compromised, and they had a game master restore everything for him. So, he was getting his gold, characters, and gear restored, but somewhere along the line, the GM handling the situation made a mistake. He accidentally gave the player an artifact quality shirt called Martin Fury. This is a GM only item. It gave you 34 strength and mana, and more importantly, it killed all enemies within a 30-yard radius. The guild then used this shirt to clear all of Uldar in one day, including a couple of other raids, and it was a huge controversy at the time. Blizzard's reaction was to permanently ban the guild member who used the shirt, and kind of messed up, they banned everyone online in the guild during the kills for 24 hours, regardless if they were even in the raid or not. So, you can just imagine all of the people who had nothing to do with it scratching their heads at a ban screen the next day. The world firsts were revoked, there was a huge uproar about it, and the next day, Blizzard changed the way their GM items work so something like this never happened again. So like I said, kind of cheating putting this item on the list, but I thought it would be fun to share. And while I'm cheating anyways, next up we have the fluorescent green Mechanostrider. Another mount here, and another one given out by a GM by mistake. Only one existed in the entire game. A player was having some sort of issue with their normal Mechanostrider you buy from the no mount vendor. He couldn't summon it, or something weird was happening, so he paged a GM. They couldn't fix his current one, so the GM gave him a new one. To the player's surprise, he didn't receive one of the normal ones you could buy, but rather one only found in the game files. This is the fluorescent green Mechanostrider, never released by normal means. It no longer exists though, since the player who got it tried to sell his or her account and it was banned. And lastly, we have the Talisman of the Binding Shard. I also talked about this one in my legendary video, but this was the very first legendary looted in the game. It dropped off of Baron Geddon in the Molten Core raid. An undead warrior by the name of Noctin was the lucky recipient. It was a melee amulet having strength, agility, and stamina, and some fire and nature resistances, which was actually really important back then for certain fights. It also had an affix that dealt a whopping 4 damage to anyone who attacked you. It wasn't intended for it to be able to drop, and it was removed the same day it was looted, but Noctin did get to keep his, making him the only one in the whole game to have it. There's lots of speculation about why it was removed and what it was for. Some say that it was the original way to get Thunder Fury, and others say it was intended to be used to summon more bosses. Nothing official though, and now I guess we'll never know. So, that's about it. Let me know if you want to see more stuff like this. There are many more items such as Atiesh, the Corrupted Ashbringer, etc., but, can't get to all of them in one video. And like the title says, these are just rare items, not rarest. If you guys want more though, I'll be sure to come back to this because it's interesting stuff I think. That's about all I have to say though. I hope you found the video entertaining, like it if you liked it, and thanks for watching. Peace. Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. People enjoyed the last rare items video I made, so I'm back with round 2. In this video, I'll show you 10 more super rare items in the game, and I'll also share the story and the history behind them and explain why they're so rare. Keep in mind, as the title says, this list will include items that are no longer obtainable. Just throwing that out there since some people have a problem with that. The basic criteria I try to keep is that the item had to have been in a player's inventory at one point or another. And another thing is that this list isn't really in a super strict order, but I'll try to save the best for last. First up, we have the Haunted Memento. This was tied to the old Scourge Invasion event that kicked off the original Nextramus raid. Undead enemies would spawn throughout the world, including the outskirts of capital cities, and you got rewarded with various things if you fought them off. The Haunted Memento was dropped by these mobs, and if you had it in your inventory, a ghostly shade would follow you.
Алло.
Алло, дядь?
Да.
Привет.
Угу.
Что, ты дрочишь там?
Типа того.
Че такой унылый?
День хуёвый.
День хуёвый, что случилось?
Да, часа 3 проебал.
Часа 3 проебал в Вове или где?
Ну, к сожалению, я его неправильно проебал, вот в чем вопрос.
А что ты делал?
Я всего лишь ждал ебучего... Подожди, что я пытаюсь сказать? Я хотел, в группу в данж найти. Пошел, сходил разочек, потом что-то разошлись. Начал искать вторую, не мог найти полчаса. Пошел, начал делать квестики. Спустя 15 минут вижу, люди собирают пати, типа, меня приглашают. Хорошо, идем. У меня квесты там, в одной стороне мира вообще, да, на одном континенте. Там добираюсь, лечу туда, уже почти прихожу, ебать. Чуваку надо уходить. Нашему танку уходит танк, все сразу ливают из пати. Я возвращаюсь назад к квестику, лечу, блядь, еще 20 минут назад. Каждый полет, то есть, стоит минут 20 минимум. Собираю второй пати, она идет в другой данж. Ну, он немножко ближе ко мне, но все равно я должен полететь там. Я у хера на рогах, я там возвращаюсь, лечу, прилетаю туда, и тоже чел пишет, и чел ливает, просто ничего не говоря из пати. Я возвращаюсь назад туда, где я квестил. В общем, я целый день пока даже левел не взял, потому что я просто до сюда летаю. Вот, у меня такой интересный геймплей. И Рафан доволен. Рафан уволен, блядь. Больше нет Рафана. Мне как-то не очень хорошо. Я сижу в тильте ебучем.
Ну, типа, те два чела, которые ливнули с ебалом Рафана, уволены нахуй.
Просто понимаешь, когда ливать ДПС, как бы всем похуй, найти просто, а танк найти сложно. И поэтому, когда ливает танк, то пати как-то получается так, что оно разваливается через 2 секунды. Вот. Почему у меня нет статика, блядь?
Кого?
Статика. И понимаешь, в чем вот вопрос? Потому что я, блядь, каждый раз, как только я, ебать, что-то делаю другое, я вижу, что, типа, либо собирается пати в данж, либо что-то еще. Я смотрю, например, это там полчаса назад я последний раз пытался в данж, вообще нихуя не было. А сейчас, ебать, смотрю, типа, у меня половина плейлиста друзей, ебать, в данжах сидит, как бы, причем в одном и том же. Интересно. Ну, типа, в два разных, которые мне подходят, блядь, но как бы, когда я их ищу, я ничего не могу найти. В общем, у меня тильт. Не могу сказать. Тильт и буча поплава. Поэтому есть теоретическая вероятность, что я через полчасика пойду спать. Вот.
Окей.
Как
Бля,
бы, вот
нет
это...
ничего хуже, знаешь, это
Ну,
заснуть в тельте и проснуться в тельте.
да, ну там, ну, ну такое. Но это как бы, блядь, это как понимаешь, вот,
Классика.
допустим, не, давай представим себе так, вот смотри, ты собираешь пати в доту, да, собираешь, а типа, ну,
Ну,
челов проскроллил, да, но вместо того, чтобы тебе плюсики нажать, тебе нужно, ебать, 30 минут вводить какую-нибудь капчу, ебать, такую гигантскую, блядь, на, я не знаю, там, на нечеловеческую, да, 30 минут какую-нибудь
все
надо.
видели, да?
И вот только после этого ты можешь нажать плюсик, а чел отказывается, вот, ну, вот. А как бы, вот, понимаешь, ну, это немножко похоже было, когда меня Денис недавно в доту звал. Мы такие посидели, 40 минут посидели в очереди, как бы, ну, игру не нашло, и я свалил. Ну, я в тот момент все равно в доту играть не хотел, я хотел играть в WoW, поэтому мне, в принципе, было похуй. А сейчас я хочу играть в WoW, то я не могу. Вернее, как я могу, но...
Самому не можешь. А
Ну, то
можно
есть,
вообще вдвоем, допустим, пойти в данж?
ну, левельный нахуй тебе нужен, только, правда, вот тоже вопрос. Там ничего нет. Ну, в смысле, реально нет, ты не можешь. Реально на капе в хорошем шмоте некоторые классы могут некоторые данжи частично зачищать соло. Всякие ханты и вот им подобные, ну, то есть с пэтами класс теоретически, либо маги с этим, ну, теоретически тоже возможно, не знаю, магов. А ты можешь, да. Но в большинстве случаев нет.
What is it? Trust no one. Remember.
Wherever you went. So it was pretty common back in the day, but due to it being a unique item and the source being cut off 11 years ago, the supply has dwindled a bit. It's now highly sought after by collectors, and you can pick one up on the auction house occasionally, but due to their rarity, they go for hundreds and thousands of gold. The shade doesn't do anything, of course, it's just a cosmetic thing pretty much. It's a classic item, and it even has a toy referencing it that you can get from the Darkwind Fair. Next up, we have the original level 60 Warblades of the Hakari.
Я,
These
конечно,
aren't
не
super
знаю, что
rare,
за них
which is why I
падает,
have them
типа, за
pretty early on in
прохождение,
the list,
но
but
сейчас мы это узнаем.
Ну, мы знаем, что падает за ивентики в среднем вообще обычно. Там, потому что обычно падает, присутствует слово носорог. Вот.
Хуйня из рук носорога, да?
Говно.
А, ну ладно. Не, ну в принципе хуйня это и есть, ну ладно.
Ну это не путай мои фразы, блядь.
Так я свои создаю, блядь.
Ага.
they're quite unique and cool, which makes up for it in my book. And the supply has been cut off, so they are rare to some degree. You got these from the original Zul'Gurub instance from the final boss, Hakar the Soulflayer. They're actually part of a set which is quite unique. If you have both of them equipped, you get some haste rating, and the yellow text reads, Forged in the Seething Flames of Hatred. Another interesting thing about them is that they sheath on the back, which is kind of unique, and they have a default purple glow to them. These are no longer obtainable since the raid was re-released during the Cataclysm expansion, so it's fairly rare to see people running around with them these days. They were reincarnated with the Cataclysm version, but they were turned into daggers instead. They're probably my favorite set of swords in the game, at least out of the ones that I own. So, like I said, not the rarest, but interesting enough to share, I thought. For items 3 and 4 on our list, we're visiting the Uldaman instance again. Like I said in the previous video, this dungeon is a treasure trove of rare items. The reason for this is when Cataclysm was released, the levels of all of the mobs in most of the dungeons were altered. And the way the BOE loot drops work is mobs have to be within a certain level of that item.
Как бы, когда вот, знаешь, вот то, что сейчас с ним происходит, это тот момент, когда ты понимаешь, что, блядь, как же хорошо, что я начал играть во время этого, ну, катаклизма. Слава тебе, Господи.
Да, ты там, наверное, ну... Ты почувствовал бы все. Типа,
Да нет, я о том, что, типа, ну, подбор игроков в данже есть. Он с Лич Кинга был.
Раньше не было?
В Лич Кинге, до Лич Кинга нет.
Типа, то есть, данжи вообще не было?
В смысле, ну, данжи были, но в них не было автоподбора. Там не было кнопочку «Найти игру». Ты, блядь, шел и собирал пати в чате. Ты пати собирал, блядь, собирал, 20 минут собирал, писал в чат, не мог найти танка, находил танка, ебать, потом чел уливал, все, до свидания. Вот то, что с нами сегодня происходит. Я же говорю. Как бы, когда это все делается одной кнопкой, когда ты, блядь, ну, то есть, ты нажал на кнопочку, оно начало искать игроков. Нашло игроков, тебя тпшнуло в данж. Все прекрасно, не тратишь время, ты можешь делать свои дела и параллельно стоять в очереди, да, то есть, ну, как я всегда делаю, если ты посмотришь любой мой запись стрима, какой-нибудь по Вовке, я постоянно захожу в игру, ставлю, типа, поиск данжа, занимает, ну, зависит от левельной группы, минут от 15 до 15-30 минут, и какое-то время, то есть, да, сравнительно такое же время, но вопрос в том, что тебе при этом ничего не нужно делать. Тебе не нужно бежать ко входу в данж. Тебе нужно думать о том, что чел ливнет. Потому что чел ливнет посреди данжа, если вдруг чел ливнет, у тебя оно сразу начнет искать нового, само по себе. Но оно найдет, скорее всего, быстрее, если ливнул не танк. Но это все происходит быстро, тебе не нужно думать. А минимально думать тебе нужно только, когда ты ищешь на мифики, мифик плюс на капе данжен, но даже в тех там оно все равно более автоматизировано. То есть тебе не нужно, во-первых, тебе не нужно писать челом. Типа есть список групп, где ты видишь, какие в них роли выбраны, какие челы, типа и просто в них там написано, что какой у них хватает там левел, допустим, или что-то еще. То есть в этом плане мне не нравится это отсутствие, ну, ванили это понятная причина, почему оно отсутствовало, то есть делать. Вот. SM Cat, looking for tank and DPS. Давай пробуем писать. War level 38. DPS. Давай сделаем ставки, что он сейчас скажет. Он пригласил группу. Нихуя себе. Ну что ж, вот я только что из ебучего подгорода, да, ну там где прилетел в ебучую локацию. Знаешь, конечно, полечу за Подгород.
Бывает.
Опять? Опять? Начинается, и смотри, сейчас кто-то ливнет. Подожди. Path? Ладно. Хорошо, ладно, даже подбор, типа, поиск, ладно, хуй... Нет. Подбор, поиск.
In vanilla, these items could drop from nearly any mob in the instance. It was still a very low chance, but multiplied much more than it is now. After Cataclysm and the level changes, only a few mobs were left to still be in that range. So, for a lot of these items, the amount of eligible mobs went from hundreds to 10, 5, or even 1 in some cases. And that's the case with their next item, the Miner's Hat of the Deep. This is the only black Miner's Hat in the game, and it's up there on the list of the rarest items that are still obtainable. The only place it's been confirmed to drop is the final chest at the end of the instance, so to farm it, you have to go through the entirety of the instance every time. And the drop rate is very, very low. Like, less than 0.01% people have speculated. There are currently only 4 up across every US server, and it goes for an upwards of 4.5 million gold. So, if you do get it, whatever you do, don't vendor it. The other ultimate drop I wanted to bring up is the Jackhammer. You may remember in the previous episode I brought up the Pendulum of Doom. Well, this is its little brother. This is a two-handed mace, and before it was changed, it had a lightning-fast 2. .5 speed, and it also had a 30% attack speed proc, and combining that with its already fast speed gave you the fastest two-handed swings possible. It wasn't an ideal twinking weapon unfortunately though, because it required level 40, which was of course just outside the 30 to 39 bracket. So, because of that, not a lot of people held on to it, which makes it more rare these days. In fact, it hasn't been seen on any US server's auction house since August 6, 2015. The person who sold it had no idea of its value and sold it for just 100 gold. There hasn't been any confirmed drops in quite some time, so no one knows if it's even possible to loot it anymore. But if by some miracle you do happen to pick it up, you're in for a lot of gold, or 100 gold at least. Next up, we have Rockdalar and Lockdalar, the old purple hunter weapon set. In the Molten Core raid from the Major Damo Executus fight, there was a chance to loot something called an Ancient Petrified Leaf. This wasn't a piece of gear, but rather a quest starter. That sent you on a very difficult series of challenges, and at the end of it, you were awarded with the Rockdalar bow, the Lockdalar staff, and an 18-slot bag that held ammo and gave you 15% attack speed back when ammo bags were a thing. It required you to kill 4 different demons at 4 corners of the world solo. If you had friends, a pet, or even a random stranger trying to help you, the mobs would despawn and you would have to start all over. It was quite the challenge, and each boss had specific strategies, and if you didn't use potion or other random gadgets, you would be hard pressed to complete it during that raid tier. This was the stave portion of the quest, which gave you Lockdalar. As for the bow, you just had to kill a Nixia and loot an item called the Black Dragon Sinew. So, nothing too challenging there, as most guilds had her on farm by the time they were killing Executus. The last part awarded the quiver, and it required you to loot a blue dragon sinew from either Azurgos at a 100% rate, or some Winter Spring Dragons at a much smaller rate. The leaf, and therefore the quests, were removed when the Cataclysm expansion came out, and because of that, it's pretty rare to see any hunters walking around with these weapons. Next up, while we're on the subject of special class quests, we have the Anathema and Benediction staves for priests. These were the rewards for combining a few items together, the Splinter of Nordrassil and the Eyes of Divinity and Shadow. The Eye of Divinity you looted from Executus' chest again, and the Eye of Shadow had a very small chance to drop from various demons in Winterspring or the Blasted Lands, including the outside raid boss, Lord Kazakh. The Eye of Shadow was also bind on equip, which made it very lucrative in the auction house as well. Once you had both of these trinkets, as a priest you could talk to an NPC in the Eastern Plaguelands that gave you a challenge quest to save some peasants from the undead. There does exist some footage of this, but none that I own. I'll have a link in the description if you're curious though. So, as a reward for this, you got the staves. They were a little unique because they were the same staff, and you can switch forms by using them. Benediction was for healing, and Anathema was for all of the Shadow Priests. They look really slick even to this day, and you guessed it, the ability to obtain them was removed when Cataclysm was released. And next up, we'll end our special class quests with the original Kol Sarar. This one was actually for 2 classes, the Warrior and Paladin, but due to the way vanilla worked back then, it was primarily used by warriors since they were really the only effective tanks for the most part. From the Diremaul instance, the bosses had a chance to drop a book called For's Compendium of Dragon Slaying. This gave you a quest to where you talk to an NPC named Lorekeeper Lydros inside of the library of the dungeon, and he'll show you an elven blade that had lost its power. You could bring life back into the weapon however, and you did this by having Onyxia breathe fire on the blade. This allowed you to pick up an item called the Heated Ancient Blade that had just a 20-minute duration. So, during that short time interval, you had to defeat Onyxia and use this sword on her corpse. Doing so would give you the Treated Ancient Blade, and if you brought that back to the Lorekeeper, you would finally be awarded with Kol Sarar. This was the ultimate tanking weapon for a time, and while it has been re-released, the original level 60 weapon is held by a select few. The ability to get it was removed in patch 3.2.2 during the Wrath of the Lich King, where a level 80 version was re-released along with the revamped Onyxia. Next up, we have Atish, or Atish if you prefer. I covered this in a recent video, but it does fit this list as it is quite rare. This was the caster legendary for vanilla. It was usable by mages, warlocks, druids, and priests. To get it, you had to loot 40 items called Splinters of Atish from the original Naxxramas 40-man raid, and if you combined them, you would get an item called the Frame of Atish, which then gave you a quest to obtain the head and the base of the staff. The base dropped from Cthulhu, the final boss of the AQ40 raid, and the head dropped from Kel'Thuzad himself, the final boss of Naxxramas. So, it was very, very challenging at the time, and the amount of guilds capable of killing both of those bosses was quite low. After you finished that part, you constructed the staff, but it was still corrupted and you had to cleanse it. To do that, you brought it to the Stratholme instance, and you fought a special demon boss there. This boss also dropped a legendary sword halfway through the battle, but it had a limited duration and it was only usable in Stratholme. The majority of the people who completed this came after the next expansion was released, the Burning Crusade. It was still fairly challenging since you were only 10 levels above it, but obviously much more doable. The ability to obtain this staff was removed when the Wrath of the Lich King expansion launched due to Naxxramas being re-released. And lore-wise, it now sits in the hands of the Archmage, Khadgar. And since we're talking about Naxxramas anyways, another rare weapon is the Corrupted Ashbringer. This dropped off of the Four Horsemen fight at a fairly low rate. This was the final boss of the military quarter, or what was called the Death Knight Wing back then. One of the Four Horsemen in the original was High Lord Alexandros Mograine, commonly known as the Ashbringer. He was one of the leaders of the Silver Hand, and he was eventually murdered by his son, Renault Mograine. His death corrupted the once holy weapon, giving it an undead appearance, and it became his weapon in the afterlife. This was one of the harder fights in the raid, so it was rarely seen until, just like Atish, people leveled to 70 and started rolling through the raid. And similar to Atish, the ability to obtain it was removed when Naxxramas was re-released. This is because Mograine was replaced by Baron Rivendare, so no Mograine, no Ashbringer. The neat thing about this weapon though for those who have it is that it's of epic quality and therefore transmoggable. There are a few people out there who have it, and it's always a head turner for me. There is a nod to this weapon with one of the Paladin Ashbringer artifact skins, but in my opinion, the original still looks better. And lastly for this episode, I wanted to talk about Murky. Any pet collectors out there know exactly what's coming. This is considered the holy grail of pets. You got this from the very first BlizzCon back in 2005, and for attending it you got not only the Murky pet, but even a beta key for the next expansion, the Burning Crusade. So, being the very first BlizzCon, no one knew that you would actually get some free stuff with it. There have been some other Murloc pets over time which diminished its value in a way, but this was the first and the rarest by far. Some people did hang on to keys, knowing that they could make some money off it down the line, and you can see it being sold on websites such as eBay for thousands of dollars. Obviously, I don't recommend that though, since any real-life currency trade is against the TOS, but it's still pretty crazy. So, that about covers it for this episode. Like I said in the last video, tons of rare items I missed I'm sure, but can't get to all of them in one video. And as the title says, these are just rare items, not the rarest. On that note though, if you want to go ahead and give me suggestions on stuff I missed, I might put it into the next one. Thanks in advance, and let me know if you want to see more stuff like this. I hope you found the video interesting, like it if you liked it, and thanks for watching. Peace.
Ай, блин.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. By popular demand, I got another rare items episode for you. In this video, I'll go over 10 super rare items in the game and also share the story and history behind them. As usual, let's get our disclaimer out of the way. As the title says, this list will include items that are no longer obtainable. Just throwing that out there since some people have a problem with that. The basic criteria I try to keep is that the item had to have been in a player's inventory at one point or another. And another thing is that this list really isn't in a super strict order, but I'll try to save the best for last. First up, we have the original Collector's Edition pets. When the game originally launched back in 2004, you could also buy a special Collector's Edition for I believe $80, just $30 more than the original base game. This came with a bunch of extra stuff, including an art book, some behind the scenes DVDs, and most importantly, a choice between 3 exclusive in-game pets: the Mini Diablo, the Panda Cub, and the Zergling. These days, it's very rare to see anyone with these pets, as most people who got the Collector's Edition way back when quit the game a long time ago. These pets, particularly the Mini Diablo, would do special animations that made them quite unique back then. As for their battling capabilities though, unfortunately they're nothing too special, from what I heard at least. Still though, 3 really cool, really rare pets. They're not tradable, so the only way you can even get them these days is to find a Collector's Edition with an unused code, and I don't even want to tell you how expensive that is. Okay, I lied. Here's how expensive it is. Next up, we have the Black and Plague Protodrakes. You can call this episode the Mount Edition because we have a lot of them. These were rewards for getting all of the achievements for the Glory of the Raider achievement back during the Wrath of the Lich King days. You could only get it during the first major tier, which had the Eye of Eternity, the Obsidian Sanctum, and Naxxramas. The 10-man version awarded the Plague Protodrake, and the 25-man version gave the black one. Patch 3.1 introduced the next tier for Wrath, which was Uldor, and along with it, they removed these mounts as a reward from those achievements. So, pretty rare to see these days. The Plagued one is a little more common, not only due to it being from the 10-man version, but it's also purchasable off the black market auction house. The Black Protodrake, I believe, isn't sold on the BMAH. Next up, we have a highly sought-after transmog piece, and that's Chan's Imperial Robes. It's a unique yellow and teal dress with a very, low neckline. It did have a copy from the Naxxramas 40-man raid, but that was of course removed, so this is the only source of the transmog in the game now. It's extraordinarily rare, only having 4 recorded drops in Wowhead since Cataclysm. Reports say it drops off of random trash in the Blackrock Depths, Strathholm, and other similar level dungeons, so whatever you do, don't vendor it. That's the thing with a lot of these rare transmogs actually. They just look like generic leveling gear, but they have the potential to be really rare and expensive. These robes in particular fetch a price of around 100,000 gold on all US servers due to their rarity. Next, we have Dartel's Rod of Transformation. This is what most people consider to be one of the original silly toys in the game. This was actually a quest item during the vanilla days. You were given this to disguise yourself as a furbolg so you could assassinate another furbolg, but it was usable anywhere, it had a 3-minute duration, and a 1-minute cooldown. So, a lot of people just kept the quest in their log and used this to goof off. It wasn't like how it is now, where virtually every quest item is relegated to a certain questing area. The quest was updated in Cataclysm to give you a peasant version of this rod that only works in Ashenvale. You can also get a toy from the Timbermaw Hold faction that tries to replicate it, but this is also a cheap knockoff because it requires Exalted and it has a 1-hour cooldown. They just don't make them as good as they used to. Next up, we have the Light of Valoon. This is probably the most powerful and most useful potion in the game because it makes you immune from all damage and spells for 10 seconds. Now, you may ask what's the drawback? Well, for one, it's no longer obtainable, and 2, it was an old quest reward in vanilla that was removed when Cataclysm was released, and you could only get 1 per character. I'm proud to say that I do still have one on my hunter, and it's been in my bag for about 10 years just waiting for the perfect moment to use it. This is the equivalent of other games where you save all of your mega elixirs and ammo for when you need them, and then you just complete the game with a butter knife or something for no reason whatsoever. The day will come though, so I better hang on just a little while longer. Next, we have a mount that I was debating not putting on here since it's still farmable, but it's such a hardcore farm I thought it was still worth sharing, and that's the Reigns of Poseidus mount. This is a 100% drop mount from a rare mob named Poseidus in the Shimmering Expanse in Bashir. The mob itself has a very long respawn timer. People have reported up to 120 hours between respawns, and it still camps all of the time. Outside of Bashir, it has a 100% speed like the many other aquatic mounts, so it's nothing special in terms of actual use. Its main value comes from the Seahorse model, and of course its rarity. It isn't soulbound when you loot it, so you can sell it. Currently, it's going for around 1.3 million gold across all US servers, so grab some coffee, quit your job, and wait, I guess. For this next one, I'm gonna bundle a bunch together and just say the old original race-specific mounts. Basically, the way the mounts used to work and what determined their speed was their quality and not your riding skill. So, the blue mounts, which were trainable at level 40, gave you a 60% speed increase, and the purple mounts, which you got at level 60, gave you a 100% speed increase. Up until patch 1.4, these purple mounts didn't really look different from the blue ones. They were faster, but they were just palette swaps at the end of the day. Blizzard wanted their looks to match their faster speed, so in 1.4 they released new, updated versions of these mounts that looked more epic. But, along with this, these original mounts were removed entirely. It's very rare to see them these days because back then, it was actually really difficult to get 100% speed mounts. It cost around 1,000 gold total for the mount and the training, including reputation discounts, so the majority of the player base never saw these original mounts. Next, we have the old Zul'Gurub mounts, the Swift Rizashi Raptor, and the Swift Zillion Tiger. Zul'Gurub was an old 20-man raid from vanilla, and these dropped from the Tiger and Raptor bosses respectively. They were quite rare even back in the day, having around
Парни, вы нашли ключ? Тут комната есть. Ключ от комнаты. Что там, есть что спать, не? Дядь, тут?
Да, тут. У меня долбоёб в команде.
Ладно, я пока отойду тогда.
Да, давай.
Валить, ты спать скоро, да?
Ну, относительно, да.
Окей.
А ты тут? Братишка. Братик. Сеньор. Джентльмен.
Infidels. They must be purified.
Блять, я долбоёб.
Arise, my champion.
At your side, milady.
Arise, my champion.
At your side, milady.